improve ourselves and be bettered, for we should first have to be judged in default. We merely wish to be pitied and encouraged in the course we have chosen. In short, we should like at the same time to cease being guilty, and yet not to make the effort of cleansing ourselves. Every time I hear a political speech, or I read those of our leaders, I am horrified at having for years heard nothing which sounded human. It is always the same words telling the same lies. And the fact that men accept this, that the people's anger has not destroyed these hollow clowns, strikes me as proof that men attribute no importance to the way they are governed, that they gamble, yes, gamble, with a whole part of their life and their so-called vital interests. I see many people die because they judge that life is not worth living. I see others paradoxically getting killed for the ideas or illusions that give them a reason for living. What is called a reason for living is also an excellent reason for dying. I therefore conclude that the meaning of life is the most urgent of questions. When I shall be dead, the principles of which I am composed will still perform their part in the universe, and will be equally useful in the grand fabric as when they composed this individual creature. The difference to the whole will be no greater betwixt my being in a chamber and in the open air. The one change is of more importance to me than the other, but not more so to the universe. He is happy whose circumstances suit his temper, but he is more excellent who can suit his temper to his circumstance. Beauty is no quality in things themselves. It exists merely in the mind which contemplates them, and each mind perceives a different beauty. One person may even perceive deformity, where another is sensible beauty, and each individual ought to acquiesce in his own sentiment without pretending to regulate those of others. To seek the real beauty or real deformity is as fruitless an inquiry as to pretend to ascertain the real sweet or real bitter. Be a philosopher, but amidst all of your philosophy, be still a man. Heaven and hell suppose two distinct species of men, the good and the bad, but the greatest part of mankind float between vice and virtue. Men's view of things are the result of their understanding alone. Their conduct is regulated by their understanding, their temper, and their passions. The identity that we ascribe to things is only a fictitious one, established by the mind, not a peculiar nature belonging to what we're talking about. Generally speaking, the errors in religion are dangerous. Those in philosophy, only ridiculous. When men are most sure and arrogant, they are commonly most mistaken, giving views to passion, without that proper deliberation which alone can secure them from the grossest absurdities. Epicurus's old questions are still unanswered. Is he, God, willing to prevent evil but not able? Then he is impotent. Is he able but not willing? Then he is malevolent. Is he both able and willing? Then why evil? If we take in our hand any volume of divinity or school metaphysics, for instance, let us ask, does it contain any abstract reasoning concerning quantity or number? No. Does it contain any experimental reasoning concerning matter of fact and existence? No. Commit it then to flames, for it can contain nothing but sophistry and illusion. I may venture to affirm of the rest of mankind that they are nothing but a bundle or collection of different perceptions, which succeed each other with an inconceivable rapidity, and are in perpetual flex and movement. The sweetest and most inoffensive path of life leads through the avenues of science and learning, and whoever can either remove any obstructions in this way, or open up any new prospect, ought so far to be esteemed a benefactor to mankind. It is an absurdity to believe that the deity has human passions, and one of the lowest of human passions, a restless appetite for applause. And while the body is confined to one planet, along which it creeps with pain and difficulty, the thought can in an instant transport us to the most distant regions of the universe, or even beyond the universe, into the unbound chaos, where nature is supposed to lie in total confusion. What never was seen or heard, or may yet be conceived, not is anything beyond the power of thought, except what implies an absolute contradiction. All sentiment is right, because sentiment has a reference to nothing beyond itself, and is always real, wherever a man is conscious of it. But all determinations of the understanding are not right, because they have a reference to something beyond themselves, to wit, real matter of fact, and are not always conformable to that standard.
Paulie, why do you care so much about dying on this hill and fighting this battle of traveling freely? It goes, speak free, move free. If you're losing those two, you got nothing left. Fuck slaves. If you can't speak freely and move freely, you're a fucking prisoner. Don't you get that? The thing is it's not about the land you got. It's like the rights you got, the property you got, whatever extends off you. It's about getting, keeping, and having it in the sense of the status and jurisdiction, not in the sense of, the prideful, egotistical state of consciousness. So tell me all about how you're going to have $1,000 piece of land or a $10 million piece of land, but you really don't own it because you got to pay taxes on it. When are we going to address the law of the land versus statute, policy, and code? Hello? That's what brought us into this interaction, remember? They don't have a right, nor is it sound procedure to possess or to try to take tribute from land that is supposed to be owned and controlled and at the whim of the man or the woman who's claiming such and has the documentation and record to prove it. This is absurd. So when are you folks going to activate your conviction in your mind and heart, first and foremost, and say, this is bizarre, this is incorrect behavior, I'm not interested what the code even says. I want to have a conversation with my servants, with my representatives. I want to know how this benefits me. And if it doesn't benefit me, it's a detriment to me. How could that be lawful? But when are folks going to take a stand? When are they going to put the proper status and jurisdiction on record? When are they going to make their claim? Or do conditional acceptance with these state of agents and say, I'll accept everything and even pay you twice as much as what you're asking for. If you would just substantiate your motherfucking claim in something that is sensible and lawful, show it to me. When are you going to do that? Because I don't see how much land and whatever the fuck else you're going to get and avoid that experience and ever feel like a real man or woman here, a real American, a real Canadian. I think you're always going to know in the back of your mind or in your subconscious you're a bitch-ass slave and never rose to the occasion. Because you're too scared of having to go sit with yourself in a box, which has been done from the beginning of time by everyone, including the man you all say you worship and started societies off of. I'm waiting. That thing is waiting. You're all quietly desperate and waiting for the inevitable to take hold of you anyway. Why not activate and do something different today? I'm just asking questions. If you're tacitly agreeing with a presumption and assumption and you're not rebutting it or asking for the delegation of authority and the facts of the matter, you're already pimped. Call it a day. Just go be a good fucking hoe and live the rest of your life from that venue and that status. I'm not mad at it. It only increases my value and rarity with the universal force and with the people. So go ahead, be a good pet slave, submissive, broken hoe, and do what the fuck you're told to do. And hope that you die with enough representations of value to make you feel like a human fucking being. I'm down with it. You like it, I love it.
Greetings, folks. We're back at it, Outdoor Command Center here today. I got to bring him right in. Brian O'Shea, please don't do it with me, bro. Let's make this quick and easy. A demon got hold of you right after Snafu Snaps warthogged and pointed something out. A demon got a hold of you. You got subject to your impulses and compulsions, and you tried to play me and play yourself all at the same time, and then you reversed it rather quickly, it looks like. It seems like. Could we just attest to that's what happened? Please don't make me have to go through the details of what you did and what just happened there. And right after Snafu said what he said, I really don't want to have to do it with you. I'd rather just stand on, hey, you got a dopamine hit. You tried to compete for a second. You know, you tried to put in my chat that you were going to black panel today and then went live 8 minutes after I was scheduled. And it just looked like, you know, competing, splitting the audience, trying to bring them over there for black panels, testing to see how much power and influence you had with the audience this week. And, you know, if everyone would have rushed over there, you might have just went crazy. You know, you might have just kept running with that joke, non-joke. That's what happened, isn't it? If it is, it's okay.
I have a catchphrase I use. Maybe it's a branding thing. It's called, do you even black panel? I've been using it in tons and tons of panels.
So you are going to bullshit me now. You really are. You're really going to double down and make it worse. That was your catchphrase branding? Telling my chat, I'm going live to black panel?
Nothing to do with you in your chat. I do it in all chats. I've done it about 50
Why would you come to my chat and tell people black paneling live and then go start your live?
I didn't say that. I said, do you even black panel? It's a phrase that I use in all panels.
That's not what you said. You said black paneling.
No, I said, do you even black panel? And you said, what do you mean? What is that? And I
that's
said,
not what you, that's the, you said, you said,
let's go back.
Wait, so that's your catchphrase. And then the reason why you started a live same time as me to restream me, but split the audience instead of just stream directly like you did yesterday, where it increased.
I'm streaming directly.
No, you can't. After I said something,
2 lives going. No.
Okay.
No. It wasn't after you said that. I did it before you said something.
So I'm mistaken. Snafu Snaps has got me fired up. I'm just mistaken. Yeah. I'm reading into shit.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll just take you on your word. I don't want to even push this issue. And now he's here now. See?
Yeah, because he's lying to your fucking face, and you know
I feel like it's possible he is, but he's kind of doing it. He's good at it though. I feel like he kind of is
now to just say the truth, yo, and move forward. But you are such a bullshitting piece of shit coward that you literally, dude. It's so obvious you backtracked. It's so obvious you went live because you're triggered like a hoe. And see, that's what's funny about the situation. He said, I want you to just be real with me, O'Shea. I want you to just not bullshit with me. Be real. I saw what went down. Everyone saw what went down. And you still couldn't be authentic and real. You are such a bullshit fuck, O'Shea. The optics are high. Fuck you, Cupcake.
No, it might just be a big misunderstanding, but that's what it seemed like to me. It seemed like Brian was like, you're going live, I'm going live, told the chat he's black paneling, but he says that's his new catchphrase branding. Like, da-da-da-da-da-da, I'm black paneling live. It's like
the phrase. You want to know the phrase?
That's my branding and catchphrase.
You're going to get sensitive about this one because you know the phrase "do you even lift," which has to do with lifting weights. I know that
always really do. I'm telling you, stockbroker O'Shea could sell you a subprime mortgage, right? He could definitely go be a banker and do predatory lending because he'd totally sell it, right? Listen, I got a known phrase. Do you even lift? Me saying I'm black paddling live, going the same time live as you, and telling your chat was like it was like a joke. It was like catchphrase.
I have to
cut you off. It's like branding.
You didn't get it right. The phrase is "do even lift," and my catchphrase is "do even black panel." So if you go back in your chat, you'll see.
Yeah, but you didn't. But
panel. And nothing to do with live. Did not.
But you didn't say that, and I blocked it, so I can't pull it up now. And you know that. So you're like remixing history.
No, you can't pull it up because it says "read the deleted comment." You could click that option.
Can someone please, if they can do that, if that's possible? I have black moderators down there for a reason, for white scum like this. Could you please go through the history? Because I also took Brian O'Shea's wrench immediately once he did that. I may have overreacted. I'll return it. He's like, whatever. I don't care. I got my own channel. I'm going live right now. Black panel. Do you even black panel? No, but I do. Yeah. Can someone go back? One of my African panelists or moderators. You know who you are. You know where you are. You know, we love you, black moderators. Could someone go back, please, and check Brian O'Shea's comment and make sure that I'm not pulling a Joe Biden here, going completely insane? Possible. Hanging out, Snafu Snaps, and the others. I'm losing my mind. I don't think he said that.
Dude, the pressure of everyone hating on me right now. I felt it at OTWs right now. There was just and it's something that when I grew up, it's something I'm susceptible to, bullying. So you're a good one at relieving the pressure of that. But dude, people, especially when I get momentum and stuff, people really like to come at me. But you're pretty good at seeing the truth and like.
Hold on, my African is reporting. Don't try to butter me up because you know he's going to find out. African man, will you please put in quotes down there and try to spell like a white man? Please put in quotes down there what this man said verbatim in quotes. I want the quote, exact phrase of what he said because I can't view it any longer. I'd have to go over to the other side, and I need you to report it to me. Why are you shaking your head and laughing? It's almost as if you know something's coming.
No, because I know you're wrong. It's just so
you know I'm wrong. Okay. Well, then you have nothing to worry about. Ayahuasca, Laka, Day. How are you, ma'am? Good to see you, Miss Ayahuasca. We got JC down there. Yeah, we'll take all the time we need. I got a whole system here. Do y'all even black panel? What's the second thing that he said? Because he said I'm black paneling live now.
No, you asked what it means. You asked what it means. You said, "What do you mean by that?" You were like, "What is this all about?" So then I had to explain it to you.
All right. So maybe again, we might have got it here live, right? It happens few and far between, but every once in a while, I jump out the window. Might be an honest mistake.
I'll go ahead and take my wrench back now, sir.
I'll give you the wrench back. I'll lubricate the wrench and I'll give it back to you, so you can get right back to your activities. Okay, that's my mistake.
Put a comment down there, so go ahead and click on it. Give him the wrench.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's easy for that to be misinterpreted.
I want the priority wrench where I could time out other moderators. I want the king wrench.
Well, that's the thing, and I have like a warthog right over my shoulder he's constantly trying to gas me up. He's like, no, he's getting one over on you right now, Paulie boy. He's playing you. He went live and got caught. Tried to say he was going to black panel to see how many people would run over there, watch you embarrass yourself with black people again. Because you know that's hot lately. Hot off the presses. Brian O'Shea embarrasses himself regularly in front of black people. People like that. They're into it. You were trying to use your muscle. Trying to muscle in on me. All right, well. I'm gonna call it a misunderstanding. Okay? I'm gonna pardon Brian O'Shea. I'll take the hit for that. I let Snafu Snaps and others gas me up. Brian O'Shea surely wouldn't lie to me. Right?
Go ahead down there, believe that. In the comments and click on my name. Give me the best panel. Isn't there levels to the moderator wrench? This is what I've heard. I want to be able to time out the black ones. I want to have power over the black
Wait,
moderators.
you want to have power over my subdivision of black moderators? That's how racist and hateful you're going to be here today? You want to be able to whip the house slaves? That ain't right, man. Let's see.
I feel like we're looking into an alternate future where O'Shea has succeeded and he now has like a Piz cafe. And he's like, yes, this is an aged Piz 2021. And he's just like so confident about it. It's amazing. He's in his Piz cafe right
He's
now.
the sommelier for Piz. He just, he spins it, sniffs it, gives you the pour.
You guys have no idea. The age. If you imagine if you had a jug of 100-year-old, dude, I'm literally not even lying, dude. More than gold. I'm saying the price would be more than gold for me. If I had money and someone had hundreds of year old stuff, I would pay whatever it cost. There is no value. There is no amount of money it would be worth.
All right, so you're a managing moderator now.
See what happens? See, I went from one level. I leveled up from this. People thought I was gonna it was my downfall again. They were all like, "Yeah."
Well, you just had to stay true and stay faithful. If you're lying right now, you did a good job. You convinced me. So long as you can lie as good as you did here today, you're going to get somewhere in life. I'll tell you firsthand, Chili DeCastro knows he's about to get another $20K for activism. Speaking of which, we got the rest of that video to pull up where Brian goes, what can I and my audience possibly do for you? What could we do? And he goes, I hate to say this, but I just need more money. And I go, okay. And they wonder why I'm embarrassed by all of them. Maybe Paulie's a little too poor and broke. You know, he's got low standards. He doesn't make a living like the rest of them, living $5 and $10 million mansions. You know, so maybe I just don't know what it's like to be a real man and live the high life the way we're supposed to, like human beings. But that's why I went and got a trailer, right? That's why I want to live on the land. That's why I live within my means. That's why I don't have any debt. That's why I reinvest in a sense of making my value create more value rather than living without my means so that I'm desperate for value when emergencies happen. So again, there's a common sense, a common core ethic, dare I use that grandiose collectivized term. There's a common core ethic that we seem to need to embody in order to keep ourselves and others out of trouble and to avoid having to put ourselves in ill repute with certain people and maybe even the force of creation, conscience locally, if you will. So, yeah, we'll finish that. We'll hear these folks, these truthers, once again, who don't want to do what I do. And then when they get themselves in trouble, not standing for rights, freedom, and principles, but intermeddling in contracts and public jurisdiction, they want to cry and say, we need $20K, we need more money in order to do activism. That's not how this shit works, man. You never once heard Martin King or Malcolm X or anyone else who is an activist come out and say, I need more money. That's Finesse 2 Time says that. The gangster trap rapper that I'll play sometime in the morning. I need some mo. I need some mo. You're not out here sounding like Martin King and Malcolm X and a whole bunch of white or black activists and civil rights people. You're sounding like Finesse 2 Times with 2 diamond chains on. Talking about, I need more money. I need more hoes. I need some mo. Maybe you folks need to learn how to live with some less. How about that? The man of true power, the man of true fulfillment is the one who is happiest with the least, not the one who seeks to acquire the most. Hello? Holler if you hear me. Your thoughts, Timmy? Before we get into it?
Yeah, by the way, yesterday just did some, as the resident Jew, non-Jew, did some quick math yesterday. And, I saw the fund, it had 13K. The guy has 544,000 subscribers. So if you do the math, that's 2 cents per subscriber, right? Over 7 days, right? And I just, contrast that to, a couple months back, right? In 15 minutes with 150 live viewers, the audience raised, I don't know for sure, right? Maybe $4,000 for old cancer head. And if you do the math, it's $27 per sub. So this is a 1,300x difference. And so it's not about how many, hundreds of thousands of viewers there are. It's a density of value that,
right. It's called quality over quantity. It's called quality over quantity. When you're true to yourself and you stand on something real and objective, you get a core group of quality audience who's going to bring you quality value versus hundreds of thousands of watered down simp tricks who ain't going to give you a fucking dollar while they watch you rise or fall in quotes. So again, they don't even understand. They'll say, Paulie boy, why aren't you upset about not having 100,000 subscribers like we do? I go, because when you bitches get locked up, you got to cry online for donations. You got to beg. That's the difference between me and you, what I do, and the connection I have with this audience, because the connection I have with the truth, aka the spirit, aka my conscience, aka subconscious, aka self-made, self-actualized, self-realized. Now, you could say I'm popping shit and I'm coming from an egotistical perspective. I don't see it that way. I'm speaking on what I've experienced that the God and the people showed me. You want to clutch for shit you're not meant for? You want to act out and embarrass yourself? You want to fucking be greedy and unthankful and ungrateful and want some mo? That thing and the people going to give you some less, like I just told you. You're going to be forced to live within your means, or you're going to just go crazy. Because when a motherfucker's got millions of record sales and they're broke and they got to beg the same public who's bumping their shit for a few dollars at the fucking gas station, it ain't a good look. It don't make one feel fulfilled, actualized, and realized. It makes you go crazy. It's maddening. So I'm thankful oftentimes for what the fuck I've got. Oftentimes I'm more thankful and grateful for what I haven't got, because that'll turn me into something I don't need to be. And that's a lot of what I see around these parts on the metaverse and in these truth, non-truth communities. Bunch of bag chasers. They're not chasing actualization, realization, authenticity, responsibility, accountability, co-creation as much as they're chasing power, pussy, and money. What a big surprise, huh? We're back to Tony Montana versus the inversion. First you get the self-respect, then you get the power, then you get the money. No, you folks want to live off that culture they fed you from growing up. Money, power, respect. Right? Well, when that fake love runs out, that's when the pain comes. You know, that's when you're broke and you got motherfuckers hating on you, and you got to go hat in hand to your audience who you haven't even taken what they give you and invested it back to return on their investment. You squandered it. Let's be real about it. And you want to give people trifolds and catch 180s. Give me a fucking break. Anybody who bought that trifold feels like a dumbass now because the guy who wrote it just did a 180 by telling the court, fuck the pigs. You didn't return on your investment, bro. Now you got to sit. You don't take your first phone call to call up Brian and beg for more money. You sit like a fucking man in the tank. And you say, I got 179 more fucking days to do. And I better get right in myself and in my life. So when I pop out this bitch, I don't make the same mistakes. You want to come begging still, unthankful, ungrateful, greedy, and want more when you already did too much and you should have done less. That's not how life works. Your daddies didn't teach you that. There's consequences to your fucking actions. Sometimes you don't always get what you want. If you try sometime, you get what you need. Stop bitching, whining, complaining, and victiming and begging for money. Sell your house and tell your woman to sell some pussy if you got one. Stop begging this fucking audience who's already been too good to a lot of you motherfuckers. You've been too comfortable. They've been too nice and kind and polite, and they've given you too much for too long, and you've returned too little on their investment from what I can fucking see. I ain't them. I don't know. You got to talk to them. A lot of them are still going to suck your feet. They think you're online celebrities. They're going to keep giving you shit and enabling you to do less and be less. And you're going to keep running with it because you're in and of the world. Infidel ass motherfuckers. Let's call it what it is. How are you, Miss Jaguar, right?
Hey, Paul. How are you?
I'm blessed, ma'am.
Yo, I'm blessed. I just came into Brian's room and I caught you jagging again. I'm like, I love this fucking guy. I just scared it.
Oh, this is speaking with passion. I don't know what they call it. I'm not even interested in what they call it. It don't matter to me. Well, yeah, they call it whatever they want. You're crackling. You got another headset? You're on the ghetto burner phone, aren't you?
Yeah,
you still think we're the clan. You still think we're the clan and we're coming for you. We're not.
No,
we're not working with Puffy and the rest of them.
I'm going to switch devices. Give me a second. Right. I'll be right back. Brian, make sure that
absolutely. Brian, will you send her a pic of your little baby meat already and get it over with?
And I'm scared of her, dude. Scared of the person.
You gotta be scared of, man.
What, you sure?
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing they could do to you is put you in prison or kill you. They can only do that once.
No, I'm just scared of her. I'm not worried about any of that shit. I'm just scared of dealing with her. Just general.
She's harmless. She just probably got a bunch of haters for talking some shit they don't like. What else is new? We've been doing that for a while. It's only a matter of time before we met other people like that. What you put out is what you get back, huh?
All right, I'll let her blow me.
All right, why not? You don't have to sign on to whatever she's doing and saying and what's getting her hate. You just say, I'm not into any of that. She's just blowing me. They'll understand. The assassins and all the other people understand. You're just caught in the mix, bro. You ain't really a part of it. She's an energy vampire. It's possible. She is very talkative. She does show up at times, it seems, already inopportune moments. But she also does seem to be at times deferent, right? So we don't want to misread her energy. She may just be very active. She may just have her own reasons for doing what she does. I'm not going to over assume or presume what it is, right? Because again, at the end of the day, for me, when it comes to people who show up here, I'll collaborate with anybody. But if we can't keep a flow and an energy, and I can't do most of the talking, right, wrong, or indifferent, we're usually going to meet resistance, right? I don't come here and do a broadcast to talk less. If I want to go talk to people, I'll go to Starbucks and we'll have a great convo. So it's like, that's not an offensive thing to anybody. That's just how I move. That's just how I live. Like, if people take offense to it all the time, but that's a them problem, not a me problem. Just like I wouldn't go to her shit and go, hey, I want to do all the talking. No, if I go to Jaguar Right shit, she's probably going to do most of the talking. And I'm going to have to take a back seat or not be there. And I'm not going to feel any way about it. She's back. She's back and black. Still. But they won't give you credit for it. They say you're not black. That's the narrative.
I mean,
you say you are, they say you're not. Because you like
they say I'm a fucking alien. I'll be there. I'll be whatever they say.
Right.
I fucks with you. Now I know who you remind me of. Like when I was just listening to you, I was like, he feels so familiar to me. And then it hit me. Duval County, Goldmouth.
Okay.
My tattoo artist, Eric, from Eric's Tattoos in Jacksonville, Florida, Duval County.
Right.
He did all Birdman, all Wheezy's tattoos. He did all State Properties tattoos. He's a good friend of mine. Mouth full of gold teeth. He's the one that he put my North Star on my neck.
Well, I'm getting the gold teeth soon. I've been slacking on that, but I had a woman, Lee, who sent me some gold for my teeth. And I could get more, right? So, yeah, I see it. You're not blooding, are you? Well, we can't really. Well, if you are, we probably can't talk about it. So I'm not. Forget about it. I'm not going to do Vlad TV here.
I'm a Crip.
Oh, she's going to come right out. Okay, so you're gang affiliated. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, so let's be clear. I do an entertainment broadcast. I'm not at this time gang affiliated, nor have I ever technically been. Right? I mean, again, you could argue, there's been association, but not affiliation. And at this time, no more association because I can't do what I do and have gang-tied associations.
I hear what you're saying, but I think a lot of people, I think the word gang just has a bad meaning. I mean, at the core of it, all it is a community built and driven and activated.
Right, but let's be clear. Anybody who puts themselves on record with U.S. government as a Crip when they don't need to is putting themselves in danger because we could do everything we do Crippin', not Crippin'. You get what I'm saying?
I got a lot worse things with the government than that.
Well, again, I find that entitlements and power structures are a detriment to the individual and the collective. So we could do everything we do in any other venue without calling it that and putting it under an umbrella that gets us extra situations, right? So you got to move smarter. Right. What I'm saying is I'm talking to other people out there who may be younger, and I'm trying to get them to understand you're not doing yourself or anyone else any favors by putting yourself under an umbrella or heading that's going to get you caught up. Anything that you do with your people, you could do with your people without calling your people something that's going to put you in a different bracket of consequences. There's no benefit to that, And again, I'm just,
anti-label. Labels divide people. They don't unite people. They divide people.
Right, because as soon as you say you're a Crip, you just created 10 enemies that you may not have created if you did not choose that.
I need more. I can use the practice.
Well, you're going to get them. Come online and say you're Crippin', and there's about 12 organizations that ain't down with them.
Nigga, I fought the Barbs.
All right.
Do you know what it's like to fight the Barbs?
You do you. I ain't creating problems. I ain't running either.
And guess what? The weird ass bitches, they fucking came for me every day. And guess what? I stood 10 feet tall and I came right back for them. I'm just one of those weirdos. I'm from Philadelphia. So I got an attitude. You know what I'm saying? I have no choice. I
get that. I can resonate with that on some level. But what line does that become self-sabotaging, right?
Well, listen, let me finish. Now, see, because of where I come from, I have a natural grit, a natural hardness. It's just built in me. It was my self-defense mechanism to survive what I lived in and what I lived around. There was a lot of tragedy. So I'm a hard person. But the truth is, at the core of me, I have a very, very, very sweet heart, a giving heart.
Right.
I believe in community. I just don't believe in bullshit. I believe in synergy. I don't believe in stealing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I believe in true partnership. I don't believe in lordship or the truth is I'm an anarchist at heart.
Right, and I totally resonate with that because you pretty much just described me in a feminine form. The problem is when we fail to embody a more feminine state of consciousness, so to speak, we wind up creating a whole bunch more enemies than necessary. So we could
Yeah,
just say it
well,
like that. Hey, we're loving, caring people. Hey, we don't want no problems. Don't mean we're running either. And we're not going to put ourselves under umbrellas that create enemies for us that might not be our real enemy. They
I
just see
walk
us as an enemy.
alone.
I get that.
Sometimes
I
people
get
choose
that.
to walk with me. No, but you hear what I'm saying? I walk alone. Sometimes people choose to walk with me. But I don't ask nobody to stand next to me. I don't beg for nobody to join me. I walk alone. I'm on some heavy shit, y'all. I'm on some heavy
I
fucking shit,
appreciate that.
bro.
I feel like I'm a kindred spirit with you. I have the same presentment, the same countenance at times. I probably have a lot of the same experiences. I choose at times to practice a different way that I think works for me and others a little bit better than the old way. That has worked in the past, in quotes, right? Because just because
Whatever
we
it
got
may
along and
be.
what I'm saying is just because we got along and survived doesn't mean it was really working. We just survived. There's a time to
Right.
thrive, and you may have to embody a different presentment and energy to get that done. I don't want to be
Listen
at
to
war
me.
all day every day. Motherfucker can't thrive if he's at war all day every day. Takes
I
too much
gotta
time,
say it
energy, and
for you.
attention.
I gotta say it for you that an old friend of mine told me he died almost 10 years ago now. He was very smart. He was a great chef. He had beautiful dreadlocks. Big black man. Loving heart, but no joke. From the south side of Chicago. And he always used to say, in order to get something you never had, you gotta do something you never done.
Right.
You keep doing the same shit. Yeah, you're gonna produce results, the same results. If you want different results, you're gonna have to do something different. Period.
Right. So when we go back to the spiritual faith, you may be tasked to love these enemies that you're so used to
Oh,
fighting
I
and winning
do.
with.
I love them all. I love them, and as I spit in their fucking face, I still love them.
That's the thing. You're showing
But
love
it's
the
not
same
gonna
way they
stop me.
used to.
It's not gonna stop me from spitting in their fucking face because they need it.
Listen,
Listen to me. Love and discipline are not enemies.
I didn't say they are. I get the same rap told to me. I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying what you put
I
out is
give
what you
good
get back.
discipline.
I get that. Listen, my own father spit in my face physically when I was younger, and that affected me.
Mhm.
It didn't mean that he wasn't righteous in what he was saying. It's just at that point when you start doing that type of shit, you
That
demean
shit go
yourself,
left.
and that's all I'm
It go
saying is what
left.
you put out is what you get back. So today,
You
when I spit
absolutely
in his
spot on.
face metaversally and he doesn't like it, it's because I'm reminding him of where he's fallen short in the past. What you put out is what you get back, and you got to cop to that.
We all do. You know, some people call it karma. Some people call it destiny. I call it
Hey, why don't
decree.
you tell these people about you smoking dead people's ashes and your fucking satanic fucking optics?
Oh
Crip or
wow.
not,
Hey
I don't give
bro.
a fuck. I do it.
Hey
No, I
bro.
do a Pisces, Crips, Bloods, you
You
name it.
good?
I don't give a fuck. How about you tell these people about your satanic agendas? You smoking your grandmother's ashes, was it?
My grandmother?
Didn't you smoke, or whose
My
ashes you?
grandmothers were buried.
Well, whose ashes did you smoke? You
There's
know,
no
we know you smoked
ashes.
it.
When you
You
bury
don't
someone,
know.
there's
Why
no
don't you tell these people
ashes.
about your satanic optics
Is there
as
something
well?
important you want to ask me?
I'm just saying, why don't you tell people the optics
Is
I
there
know
something
about you?
important you want to
Jag,
ask me?
with your money fucking profile up. You need that money, honey? We have
Is
this
there
guy named
something
Calcott. He
important you
needs
want to
someone to
ask
squat in the
me?
house for him. You want to go squat in the house with him? I'll
Is there
set you
something
up.
important you want to ask me?
No, I already know about you. And yeah,
What do
I was
you
gonna tell
know
you,
about
hey, I got
me?
some optics. Zach is on Jesse's right now, but get this, Brian put a
What do you
StreamYard
know
link
about
for his
me?
channel. So, Brian, I thought you
You
weren't trying
better
to
be
promote
very
your show.
careful
You were just
about
doing
what
daddy. How come there's
you
a
accuse
link
people of being,
going
and
back?
they
Hey,
just
I don't
did.
need to talk to your satanic ass right now. I'm talking to
You
daddy.
better be
Yeah, I'm
very
talking to
careful what
daddy.
you
Don't need to
accuse
talk to your
people of
satanic
being.
ass. Hold on,
They
hold
just
on, hold
might
on.
be it.
All right,
Hold on,
let's
hold
relax.
on.
I
Let's all
just might be
relax.
Go
that.
Let's
smoke some
recenter.
dead
It's
I
getting
people.
just might be that
crazy.
just for you.
Go smoke some dead
I
people,
just
honey.
might be
recenter.
that just for you.
Honey, look at those
All
evil
right,
eyes. You getting all
let's
I
gangster with
might
relax.
me?
be that just
Don't
for
get
you,
gangster.
bitch.
Come on, be
Daddy's
chill.
here.
You punk fucking made fucking
Oh, here
hoe.
we go.
Oh shit!
Fuck
I'm
you
gonna
Here we
mean?
die.
go.
I'm gonna fucking
Fuck you
die.
mean?
Now you got Crips after you,
I
Snafu,
got
just like I
Crips.
just
No, you
told
know,
her.
I
Fuck you
Now
respect
I
my
mean?
gotta tell.
Crips, man.
Here
I
we go.
respect the Bloods. I
You
respect the
fucking
fucking.
cunt.
They know what time
You
it
a
is.
cunt
But this
bitch.
woman has her
Running
satanic
around
agendas
here
on
from shack
YouTube
to
is very
shack
well
like a
known.
fucking
This
internet
woman,
slut.
her
You a
Illuminati
fucking
pushing
cunt.
agenda is well
You a
known.
fucking cunt. That's what I know.
Okay,
You a
okay.
pussy
You know
ass
who I am?
bitch.
They call me Snaps,
Give
but
me
you
a
know
dick
this.
so I can
You
fuck you.
know this.
Give me a dick
I'm just
so
saying
I
the
can
people
fuck
should
you.
know the truth. You want
Whoa,
to come in on
Cause
this
you don't
channel?
like it.
They
whoa.
need to know
I
the
promise
optics in
you.
play.
You like
They need
it.
to know that you were smoking dead people. They need to know you put
I
ashes and
smoke
smoke that
you.
shit, right?
I'll smoke you right now, bitch.
Dead people?
You
All right,
dead
we're gonna make
to
this a
Oh,
me
I'm
good
dead.
right
day.
now.
I'm
It's
dead.
gonna be a
So
good
you
day,
go ahead and
people.
You
take a
We're
break
gonna
right
dead
now. Okay.
to me
Get your attitude to
right
list.
we're
now.
gonna
People
make
wanting
this
to
a
kill
good day,
me.
like Ice Cube used to say.
Fuck
Snafu,
me,
please.
cunt.
How come it's not a good day for you,
Bow,
Jaguar?
cunt.
Aren't you supposed to get
Bow,
down with this
cunt.
song?
In the name of
It's a
Yeshua,
good
I
day.
command you to bow, cunt.
Brian, you're lucky I fucking care about your bitch ass, you dumb fuck.
You just called him a racist
No,
yesterday.
no,
Give
no,
me the
no.
dick.
Brian's lucky I
You
fucking
just
got his
called him a
back.
racist
I
on the
already know
Gimme
what
Love
time it is
channel
with
just
you.
yesterday.
I
You a
already know
dick.
what time it is with you, woman.
You just called him. You just called Brian a
I just
racist
pulled a
yesterday.
what? I didn't pull
You fucking
nothing.
cunt. You lying
Maybe I
fucking
pull my
cunt.
dick
I
sometimes, but
spit
that's
on
called
you. I spit on you,
masturbation.
bitch.
All right, let's relax.
Fuck you
Let's
mean?
relax. Jaguar, relax. This is our resident warthog creature. He goes off on everyone. Don't let him trigger you. Don't let him get you upset.
That was a practice. That was practice.
Okay. That was your scrimmaging. That was okay.
That was practice.
Oh
That
my
nigga
god, these
snack.
people are so easy,
That nigga
daddy.
snack. That nigga
Snafu,
snack.
please.
I eat on you, bitch. I eat on you.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure you
I
eat.
eat on you, bitch.
I'm sure you definitely
This is
eat.
what it's like
I'm
to
a
be a
fucking
corrections
animal, yo.
officer. I can only
You say my
suspect.
name so many times, and yet you do not acknowledge what I am. I am Jaguar, bitch.
All right, let's lock it
I am
down.
a
Let's
fucking
lock it
beast,
down.
bitch.
This is
I
exactly
fucking eat
what it
on you
must.
right now, ho.
This is
Brian, are
exactly.
you
Eating
ready
on
to
you
go on a
right
This is-
now, bitch.
Snafu, please stop inciting. This is exactly what it must feel like to be a corrections officer. I can only imagine. I've never been in that situation. I've been on the other side,
I
but
have.
this is what it must feel
On the
like.
other side.
Yeah, right.
On
But
the
this,
other side.
my side right
You know
now
what
on here,
Do
is
you
what
know
it
what
must
I hate
feel like
about
to be
YouTube? Do you
the
know what
white
I hate
daddy
about
of the
YouTube?
prison.
What I hate about YouTube, what I love about county jail, if this was happening in county jail, this shit would have been so simple. I would have just beat the fuck out of this hoe and went to the hole. Like, that's
Okay.
it. Like,
okay,
there's
crip
rules to
shit.
that shit.
Okay,
This
crip
shit,
shit.
ain't no fucking
Commissary.
rules.
Okay,
Commissary.
crip
Any fucking
shit.
body. Any
Okay,
fucking
crip
body can
shit.
come up and talk shit.
Hey, Brian, you ready to
Medication.
go on
On
the
the
Yeah,
hike with this
fucking
medication.
talk
woman?
cash money
Were you gonna
bullshit.
take her
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
Victoria's
yeah, yeah.
Secrets and then fucking the mall for a
Do
dinner?
yourself a
Where you
favor. Take
taking
your
her,
mother
Brian?
to Victoria's
On the
Secrets.
count.
Get her the
Where you
Diddy
taking this?
special.
Where you
Take
taking
your
this
mother to
bitch
Victoria's
of yours,
Secrets.
Brian?
Get her the Diddy special. Make sure
Are
your
you gonna
mom can
drop
put all her
Brian in?
clothes on the ground. Take your mother to Victoria's Secret, bitch.
No, no, you know you want to go
Take
hiking
your
with
mama. Take your
Brian. Don't
mama.
lie.
Take your
Brian is more
mama.
turned on than ever now. I'm sure of it.
Why are you worried about what grown people
That's my
do?
boy.
That ain't
What you
your boy.
worried
You
about
called him a
me worrying
racist.
about my boy for?
You called him a
What
racist
you worrying
yesterday.
about me worrying for my boy?
You called him a racist yesterday.
All right. Let's refocus. I got to move on. We got to move on somehow, some way. I don't know
Okay.
how to get
He
out of this
asked
hole.
for it.
I know. He does.
I
This
get
is a
it.
regular thing. I know, and he knew he picked the right one with you. He knew what he's going to get. You know, that's why he needs to
Somebody
stop
please
that.
get me a dildo.
Man, well, Brian O'Shea probably has one in the backseat of his car somewhere he can loan you. Snaps. Do you want a dildo treatment from Mrs. Jaguar? Right? Are you into that?
No, she's in. No. Okay. But hey, I wanted to point out two things. Yes,
Just like
the
that.
Gematria Fucktard Jack is on a link. But Brian, why do you
Just
have a
like
link
that.
for your channel up now after Daddy had that conversation with you? Why did you repost a link on your channel just now so I could join Brian's panel? Oh, did Brian get caught in optics again?
This bitch. Somebody caught a fucking exterminator. Is this?
Are you stressed out now, Jaguar? You
Why would I be
stressed?
stressed?
Scared?
Why would
See,
I be
even
stressed?
look, this is a great
Wow.
distressor.
Y'all niggas out there. I love it.
You know what though? Brian can make it piss flavored.
Yeah, for you to suck off, bitch.
Nah, you see, you don't know your boy
You gonna have
already.
to
The
be
guy
quick.
you're
You gonna
trying
have to be
to
quick. You
fucking
gonna have to be quicker than that. You gonna
aren't
have
you
to be quicker
trying
than that,
to
bitch.
serenade Brian with your
You gonna have
lovely
to.
presence
Why
and
would
your
I need to
beautiful
serenade?
blackness? Aren't you trying to put the
If I
black
wanted
on
to
Brian?
serenade, I
Aren't
could
you
just do
trying to put
this.
the black in Brian or on Brian?
Shampoo, that's you. That's you right
That's
there.
it.
That's
The
me?
receiver. Yeah,
Oh,
you're the
I
okay.
wanna
receiver in
love
that
him
situation.
and
Receiver.
She's gonna sing to you too
things
like that.
right.
When she's
That's you.
I wanna love him
This
and
might get the channel hit.
every day and
yeah,
every
she's doing a Bob
night.
Marley cover too, a cappella, while
We'll
she
be
penetrates you with a
together,
dildo.
yeah, yeah, with a roof right over our heads.
Hey, you know
We'll
who else
settle
has sex
down,
toys in her community,
time.
Jaguar? Another
How
black
I
person.
sang the
Hey,
band.
Jaguar, another black
We'll
guy, but he's gay.
share
You could
the
maybe
same
straighten him up.
room.
Make like straighten him up. He's a gay black
For
black
shall
and witch.
provide
But
the
he likes sex toys too.
rain. Is this love? Is this love? Is this love? Is this love? Is this
Honey,
love? That's
honey,
all.
honey.
Nigga,
Attention. Attention seekers are bad when
nigga,
they're women already, but
nigga,
this
go,
type of woman,
go,
holy
go,
fuck,
go on over
ladies
there
and
with that
gentlemen.
gun shake.
This is why MGTOW exists. Brian, are you ready to go on a hike with this type of woman? You might not come back from the hike. See,
Motherfucker,
she knows
you
what's up.
wag. You just
You know you a
wag.
crazy
Why you
bitch.
wag?
Don't lie. You know you
Shit.
crazy bitch. Don't act all dumb. You fucking clowning. Fucking give me money. That's why your title has your fucking money. You
Yup.
begging fucking
Pay
hoe.
me, bitch.
Beg for money more.
Pay me, bitch.
I need to pay me.
Pay me,
Pay me. I'm a
bitch.
fucking begging hoe.
Fuck you, pay
Pay
me.
me. And
Fuck
I'm
you, pay
triggered.
me. Fuck you, pay me.
Fuck you. That's for Brian to do, not me. Remember, Brian's
Trust
trying
me,
to
I
tap
wouldn't
your
let you
ass.
nowhere near me. I
Brian's
wouldn't even
trying to
piss
tap
on
your
you.
ass, not me.
I
I
wouldn't even
yield.
piss on
I
you.
yield, darling. I
I wouldn't
yield.
even piss on
All
you.
right, yeah, let's
Brian, this is who
refocus.
you're
You ain't
gonna
even worth
marry.
the piss.
Brian,
Let's
this
refocus.
is who
It
you're
got
gonna
crazy.
marry.
It got crazy. It got
I wouldn't
crazy.
even piss on you, bitch.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
got
you're
a little
into
crazy.
golden shower
Okay.
stuff?
Okay.
Brian, that's
Okay.
perfect.
Okay.
I wouldn't even
Okay.
piss on you. If you was
Okay.
on fire, I wouldn't piss on
All
you.
right. All right. We had penetration. We have urine and
I
feces.
piss
I
on
think
your mama. I
right.
piss on your mama, bitch.
We got mama
That's who
involved.
I
Yeah,
piss on. I piss on
that's
your
the
bitch
completion
ass
right
mama
there. We did
for
the around
giving
the
birth to
world.
a
We
piece
just
of shit
completed.
like you.
Right. We just completed. We did the around the world. We got everything in there. We got to move on. Timmy, your thoughts on any of this? I'm sorry. This is why I don't usually bring my black friends around when there's white
I'm
people here.
sorry, Paul.
Is
I'm
this no?
sorry. I
No.
got
Listen,
black.
I'm used to it. I have a great time. But the
I
white
got real
friends,
black with it.
right? The white friends, they get a little bit nervous. They get a
See,
little
they
bit
don't
put off.
understand
I
because
mean,
I'm
we did
bisexual. See, they don't understand I'm the
right.
bisexuals.
Right. They don't understand black culture. And that's why
They
I'm
don't
here. I'm
understand my
bridging the gap.
culture.
I'm bridging the right.
They don't understand my culture, baby.
You're right. It's not even black culture. It's
I'm
your
on
own
some
thing.
other
You got
shit,
your own thing
yo.
going.
I'm on
Timmy,
some
your
other
thoughts.
shit.
Timmy, please. Timmy?
Pass the reefer. Pass the reefer.
What?
Pass the reefer.
Right. Brian O'Shea, your thoughts, Brian O'Shea?
I'll still let her blow me.
You snag a fuck.
All right, let's move on. Can we get to the Grim Hustle? Can we get to some breaking news?
Breaking news.
Yeah, we had some other online events going on. I completely forgot about what was even going on because of what just went on.
Did you hear that the feds are investigating YouTube on a RICO?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, ma'am, is I've been telling folks for years on here to like straighten out their lingo and to be very clear with their language because they might get themselves tied up and caught up in a whole bunch of shit. While I say that, I'm also giving myself the same advice regularly.
Me
All right,
too. I'm
so,
kind of dangerous.
well, I'm a very loving and caring, forgiving man. All
So
right,
am I,
so
woman.
you know, I may have the capacity to be very dangerous, but that's not my record on here, especially, and with the feds and law
That's a
enforcement.
beautiful
So,
thing. I wish I could say the
yeah.
same, but I can't. I'm an outlaw.
Well, I haven't found that in order to be an outlaw, one has to be violent. You may
But
be
I'm
able to use
not.
force at times, but I stay away from being violent.
I'm
Right?
mentally abusive. I make people think.
Okay. That's the thing. Everything they're accusing me of, you're just saying outright you're doing. So the fact that I've called you in here might be an indication of things I need to work on. Because you're
Well,
pretty much everything Talcott would say I would attract based on what I'm doing that I won't cop to. So you may be revealing more to me about who and what I am by what you're doing and just saying you're doing.
we're all mirrors.
Right? Okay.
We're
That's
all
Well,
very true.
mirrors. You know, it reminds me just in this moment, an Aerosmith song. I love Steven Tyler, especially young Steven Tyler. Nobody wailed like that. Not even a wailing. But the lyrics to Dream On. Every time when I look in the mirror, all these lines in my face are getting clearer. The past is gone.
Hey Jack, let me ask you this something.
Fine. Fuck you, bitch.
Hey,
Just
show your icon again. I want to point out something to the audience with your icon.
That's you.
The dues in life to
Notice
pay.
her finger to her mouth symbology.
That's you.
No,
New
nobody
icon.
knows where it goes.
Mm.
Salute.
Dream on, bitch. That's the point. Dream on.
Snafu, can we move on? She's going to dream
Yeah,
on, and
let's
that's
move on.
okay.
I'm just saying, I
Can
know
we move
exactly what
on?
she's about. I know
Dream
who she
on.
is. She
Move
is
on.
nothing. You're a
Dream
joke.
on and move it
Give
till
her
your dream
money.
come
Don't
true.
really give her money. She's a crazy bitch. And Brian,
Snafu.
you go hiking with
Snafu.
her, you might not come back.
Dream on.
All right, I got to
Move
get out of
on.
this. Jaguar,
Dream
please,
on.
let's move on. Let's move on.
Yes, I'm
All right.
ready. He keep
All
doing
right.
it. It's
All right. All
real.
right. We're ready. We're moving on. I got a new Grim Hustle here. Why you need to read
But there is something that
Dostoevsky, apparently.
no, but
Man,
there's
please.
something that I wanted to ask you, Paul.
Okay.
I was listening to your commentary yesterday, and I was really, I was refreshed by it. Just the way you articulate the law in such plain language, and also express the important things that a lot of people miss. Possession, what it actually means, to be under contract by the government or by the state. I mean, really lovely commentary. And that's why I subscribed right away. And I came back today. And I just wanted to say to you, at any point in time, if you want to have those conversations, especially with what I'm going through right now, because, my case,
Look, self
I'm fighting a
promotion. Can
retaliation
we move
against,
forward?
I'm,
We don't really care about what you're doing.
like
We
I
want to
was
move
saying
forward.
to
Daddy.
Paul,
We
like
don't
I
care
was
what you're
saying to
doing. This is
Paul,
self.
like I was saying to Paul, like I was saying to Paul, I have a retaliation against the police case. F3 felony, 2 to 10, up to 20K fine. You know, it's bullshit.
This
See,
is
I
possession of drugs?
no. They said I threatened to kill them. I didn't do that. I did threaten to fuck them up off duty.
Okay.
Soon as
Well,
that badge
then,
and that uniform come off, we can get it in the dark, bro. But I ain't threatening to kill no police.
right.
But they tackled me, they beat me up, then they put me in the hospital, they drugged me. I got double stuck with Haldo, bro.
But
In my
isn't
neck
this kind
and
of
in
what
my
I was
face.
speaking on? Isn't this kind of what I was speaking on earlier? Is what you put out is what you get back
Yeah, but
energetically or
I didn't do
physically? Or
nothing.
I'm not saying that you did. I'm not even
I
saying that they
reported
were.
the crime and they got mad at it.
You can't ask me a question and not be willing to listen to my answer. Either you want to
That's
tell me or you
true.
want to learn from me or with me.
That's true. That's true. You got me on that one.
So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, am I saying what they did was valued or righteous or just or anything? Probably not. But again, if you want to come at them with certain energy and certain words and certain ways, you can't be surprised when they're going to use the whole force of the devil and its systems to check your ego
I mean, I
and the
hear what you're
pride.
saying, but is it ego? If I go to
Yeah,
report
again,
a
there's a
crime,
fine line between sense of self and what you're
no,
unwavering on.
but I want to ask you this: if you go into a police station to report an active crime that you filmed and are ready to turn over the evidence of said crime,
What's the crime?
hand-to-hand drugs between minors and adults at a public business.
Again, that is just something I don't do. I don't typically go around my community and then report what I see to policy enforcement as a
I mean, I
crime.
hear you, but
I
I
don't
know some of
necessarily.
those kids
Again,
that go
you're
there.
not. You're saying you're hearing me, but you're not listening. I don't think because
I heard what you said.
I can't advise you or tell you on what I would do or not do when I would not view whether it's quote unquote minors or not. I don't necessarily view that as a crime. Is it unethical? Is it
They selling
potentially?
fentanyl.
Again, this is why I choose to live in an area where when one day I do have a family, there'll be little, if any, opportunity for them to be buying fentanyl on the fucking street corner.
Absolutely, but it wasn't at a street corner. It was at a barbershop. Parents are
Understood.
dropping their kids off
I'm
to
not
get their
telling
hair
you.
cut, and they giving them fentanyl.
I'm not telling you their system is not supposedly there in order to regulate slaves giving each other toxified products. If you want to regulate that, we could start with Starbucks, McDonald's, and a whole bunch of other big corporations pushing.
McDonald's is the devil.
You can't speak when I'm speaking, ma'am. I'm not
agree
trying.
with you.
I'm just let me go and you go. Let me go and you go. Right? We're practicing self control. We're practicing impulse control, like Mr. DeCastro needs to do according. It's not about my rules. I think that it's about a way to the way that gets us better results. If we can be conscious and aware and observant, and we can control our impulses and compulsions. So oftentimes our feelings are deceptive. Oftentimes our feelings turn self-worth and self-identity in a positive sense into pride and ego. Right. So we ride that line. So again, I don't deal with policy enforcement because it's not something that I believe is equitable and based in trust. I think that it's fraud. I think that they're dealing in a lot of the shit they're saying they're trying to stop. That's been proven. They made movies about it. It's pretty much all on record, right? So I'm not going to go into the devil's workshop and try to tell them what's going on at the barbershop with some misguided belief that they're going to fix it. There's a good chance the captain of that station brought the fentanyl in and gave it to them people at the barbershop. I'm not going to intermeddle in their busyness because at the end of the day, I'm not buying fentanyl. My children won't be buying it. If they do, I'm going to go down to the barbershop and have a conversation with the man selling it. And I'm going to say,
Bobby, I wish somebody go talk to Bobby.
Again, that's just how I would prefer to do. That's how I would prefer to do business, or I just leave. Right? Because again, when you talk barbershops to me, usually that means we're in certain kind of communities where certain behavior is common practice. There's other communities where that behavior doesn't go on. That's probably why certain folks from certain communities move to other communities because they don't want to be a part of that.
It's an all-black town, too. It's an all-black town.
Again, we could get into colorism or not. What's right is right. What's right is right. It doesn't matter about color. So I was an addict. I was on heroin. I overdosed on fentanyl because they were putting it in the heroin, I suspect. I can't prove it. So speaking from firsthand on something I've experienced, if I was my father, I wouldn't have located to places like this that were below the poverty line. Maybe he had no choice at one point. He made more money later in his life. Maybe it was just what it was, right? You can't get blood from a stone. But at the end of the day, I'm the type of person at this point, knowing what I know now on my firsthand experiences, if I had children, I'd prefer to go get a tent, bring them to the forest, and live between two worlds than to have my children in a fucking den of inequity 24/7, 365, subject to the devil and its playground and all the games that go on there. I'm not interested in that.
My talk.
Right. And you can't keep them from the world, but you can instill values in them and keep them out of trouble until a certain point where you have to turn them out to the world. They do what they know, and what they know is what they see, right?
Yeah, but the thing is what you're saying, basically, from what I'm hearing it, let me know if I'm wrong. quarantine. If there's a sickness happening in the environment around you, the smartest thing to do is quarantine.
Your presumption is that I believe in their presumption that there was sickness all around, therefore we have to do quarantine. So I understand the idea, but I don't necessarily buy into what was told to us the last 4 years.
Oh no, I'm not saying.
I get okay, yeah, then that's fine. We don't want to talk. I don't want to talk too much about it because they're gonna cause me issues with the channel, and it's been talked about ad nauseam.
No. I wasn't.
I get what you're saying. If there's a sickness, you got to quarantine yourself.
I'm saying if the environment that you're living in, if the neighborhood that you're living in, if the city that you're living in has become sick,
right,
it makes sense for you to leave it,
right,
and go somewhere else.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Control your environment. That's
absolutely
what I mean when I say quarantine.
Absolutely, and this is why when we talk. No, I realized what you were saying halfway through. But yeah, this is why, again, we had the conversation the other day about folks who want to talk this blackety black shit. But any black person or white person with any sense is moving to communities where it's not predominantly black, because the majority of predominantly black communities are unsafe for the inhabitants and people coming in and out of there. Let's be real about it.
The King Boulevards are some of the most dangerous streets
right.
in the United States, which is insane.
Okay, but this is the point, is that the system, the white man, quote unquote, taught young black people intergenerationally that there was honor and glory in harming themselves and their own people. And they took to it like a glove, and that's become black culture. It's not black culture.
You're talking about
death
slavery,
worship
darling.
culture.
You're talking about slavery, and you're talking about the Willie Lynch letters.
There's a whole bunch of talking points we could go to. The point is
I'm saying everything that you're saying, that's where it began.
Well, listen, the truth is the truth. I don't need to cite a historical document to understand a dynamic at play that I've lived through.
I didn't say you needed to. I'm saying
I know.
everything that you're saying, it goes back to that. We're talking nearly 500 years we're approaching.
Right, now let's also be clear. Be clear. I'm not at all saying, because I've seen it all at this point, I'm not saying black communities don't exist and haven't existed historically that are all successful and prosperous. They just don't get, just let me finish. They don't get play and they don't get coverage. Right. And that's why
nobody to know.
Man, please just let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying, and then you can go.
You're talking about my shit, G.
I'm not interested in what you think your or my shit is. This is my channel. I'm going to speak on what I please. I don't care color of skin aside. I have my own firsthand experience.
You keep doing
just please let me finish before you speak. That's all I'm asking. I'm not denying your experience. I'm deferring to your experience when I'm done speaking, because I have my own.
Okay.
So I've seen quote unquote different black communities. There are black communities where folks are all millionaires and they get no play. They get no coverage because it's advantageous for the system to keep pushing the imagery to white folks that black folks are animalistic and criminal. The problem is it doesn't help when they double down worshiping, idolizing folks who are doing that and living that. That becomes the verification of the presumption that is part of a set narrative. Right? You have to live and be the truth. You have to live and be the truth to influence other people's perspective. Yeah. And part of that is what you defer to and what you accept as part of your culture and society. So if you accept,
talk about the soundtrack, drill music.
Right. Again, we have to draw the line of distinction between entertainment, potentially, folks who've lived a certain life and talk about it and have turned it into entertainment, versus the consequences to those folks in that community for living that way.
There's never a need to glorify pain. There's never a need for it.
Again, I'm not going to sit here and be, while I will say what I'm saying in common sense and ethic, I will never promote a theocracy of quote unquote godlike folks who want to censor folks' means of expression. I'm just pointing to the idea that certain things are mainstream promoted and other things are kind of ignored. Well, and that's for a reason.
And it's done for a reason. And I agree with you. But you're saying that the positive of the African American is downplayed and the negative is upplayed. And yet, I say drill music. You said, let's go after McDonald's. Let's go after the Bud. And I'm saying, let's go after drill music. Let's go after Grand Theft fucking Auto.
Right, that's the thing, though. I ain't going to go after anyone. I'd rather minister to these folks and get them to see the influence and the power and responsibility they have. Much like myself, I play this music oftentimes early in the morning. I'm not a hypocrite. Just because I see the overlay in reality and what's being spoke about and may have lived some of it, I'm not going to get caught up too far for my own good in the entertainment aspect of an image you can never live up to. That is a false idol, false image anyway. So
Yeah, but
there's
they're
no
making it
valor,
look
there's no
sexy.
honor, there's no glory in that at the end of the day. There's just pain and tragedy. But again, it's still real. So we can't deny the realness of it. We can't deny that it exists. We can't deny that it may be entertaining and inspiring if you let it be. We also can't deny that it serves at times as a form of mind and heart control for impressionable folks, suggestible folks, manipulatable
Okay.
folks.
Will you try something with me?
Go ahead.
I'm going to give you a couple of different titles of rap albums. And I want you to give me one word to describe them. Drake, Nothing Was the Same.
No idea.
Okay. Kendrick Lamar, To Pimp a Butterfly.
Little to no idea.
Mad Kid, Mad City.
No idea.
The first Slim Shady album.
Probably. I mean, if I heard it and saw it, but probably no idea. Like tech, I'm not just because I listen to certain music and I'm inspired by it, or I see crossovers in certain lifestyles, does not mean I'm a hip hop head, like a sneaker
Okay,
head
wait
or
a
all the
minute. All
rest
right,
of it.
well
I
then
don't give a
let
fuck
me try
about.
let me try something different then. Def Leppard.
No, not necessarily. Hold on, we got a Waco, Texas mayor. I'm not really that technical when it comes to pop culture. How are you, Waco? Okay, he's cut out. Looks like. I wanted to hear from him because he said something in chat. It seems like he had a disagreement. I'd like to hear from him and make sure that
Okay.
all perspectives are represented here, if possible. So I'll throw the
My
link
thing
again
is,
for him.
My thing is music is one of the most powerful influencers. Actually, it is the most powerful influencer, period, worldwide. It's what connects us, it's what binds us, and it's what makes education even easier. Because anything that you learn through music, you will never forget and you will master. Um, for me, everything that you're saying, we're pushing too many sounds out into the world, we're pushing too many negative connotations, words out to the world, but it's being done because it's being marketed. This is
All right,
called commerce.
let me hear from Waco, Texas mayor. He's got a bit of wind
Sure.
coming through on the mic, but can you hear me, Mr. Texas mayor? You may have to get closer to your signal.
You not
There
hear
you
me?
go. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, my bad. Take it off. Well, man, there's a couple things that I wanted to say because I heard you do a couple keywords that I didn't agree with. Because you made it sound like if you move to an upscale community, you don't have to worry about drugs. And trust me, I grew up in an upscale community where I was like the
Oh
only
no, I
black
didn't
person
say
in the
that,
school.
sir. I didn't say that, sir. There's hypocrisies and
You
gray
said,
areas all around. The majority of the
but you said,
clientele
but
for
you did say.
the majority of the
Go ahead.
clientele for the majority of the clientele for the low income, quote unquote, black communities that serve the drugs are the upscale white communities. We all know that.
Yeah, but you made it sound like if you move to the upscale community, you get out of that. No, the upscale community is where I learned how to wake up and everything. Like that's like you know what I'm saying. That's what
What
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying is,
So
is
come
I've
to
lived in
Waco,
it.
Texas, yo.
Hold on one second.
Yeah,
What I'm
you already
saying is,
know. You already know, Jaguar. How
what
you
I'm
doing,
saying,
Queen?
Double D, baby.
Hey, you
what I'm
already
saying.
know. You right down the street.
What I'm saying is that we've all lived in different communities or had access to different communities, and we know the dynamics are different, right? So the reality of it is if you want to talk about Long Island, the suburb at one point where I lived, versus a more city urban area, Queens, Brooklyn, areas like this, it's night and day. So
It
again,
is.
we can argue that the only common denominator is a larger proportion of darker skinned peoples, but I'm not interested in the colorism because even if that's the case, color is no indicator of lack of morality and ethic, right? The culture is where that is gained or lost. So I'm really speaking on a culture issue, not a color issue, if that makes sense, right? Because
That makes
again,
sense,
most
but that ties in. Cause see, I'm from the sector because I saw your titles. You know, take my titles. I'm from that dirty sector. You know what I'm saying? So I'm come over here to represent. But see, me, I want to ask you this though. So do you think um it's not social? Like there's a reason why there's ghettos, and there's a reason why there's highways in the middle of the city with the ghettos. You don't see that that's why there's a reason for that? Because if you leave so-called, as you say, black people to their devices, you can create anything. But it's the nosy SWSs. And if you don't know what an SWS is, that's suspected white supremacists. They come over there and mess up everything that we got going on. Because
I don't
you know what I'm
deny
saying? So
that, but see, this argument speaks to the consciousness of the wielder. It presupposes that the person speaking has already given up on life. We can't do or create anything because every time we try, the SWS fucks it up. So you pretty much are testifying in your own way. You don't plan on doing or being anything different than what you've already grown up around because someone's going to come fuck it up.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if every time that you do something, you're not worried about what's going on over here, but they come over here and meddle in your business.
So let me ask you this. Why are there tons of black folks from all across the world, not only this nation, who have taken themselves out of poverty, out of intransigence, out of ignorance, out of cultural decline, and created success for themselves? Tara, could you give me a break? We already got too many fucking two people outside, and you got to fucking double down on the win.
My apology, Paul. My apology.
You're right. They're always sorry after the fact, after they do the same shit over and over again. That causes all of us pain or issues. That's exactly what I'm speaking to right now. So there's plenty of black folks who don't identify as victims and feel disempowered and oppressed, who've taken themselves out of those environments and put themselves and other people in position to do and be and have better. What is the disparity between one group of black folks and another group of black folks? They're both black. Color is not an indicator of consciousness.
But see, that's my thing though. You're putting everybody in this. How many black people have you talked to that you talked to that said they're victims? I don't know any black person that said they're a victim.
No, I've spoken with enough black folks to hear the line that when we get to the point of, I don't know, folks, sir. I don't count. I don't really sit around and hundreds, thousands.
Okay, but I'm saying if it's the same thing, if every time we come up, they set laws to come down. We got Jim Crow laws. We got the black laws. We got after slavery. The reason why there's police because of slavery, so every time we come up, there's always the law to set us back down. But we still strive because we're FBAs, foremost. We built this country.
Again, I'm a man of the people, and that's color aside. I want everybody to do better.
That's not real talk, though. There's
if you're going to talk over me, I'm not going to have you here. I don't need you to interrupt me and talk over me. I let you, it's not about let you speak. I'm interested in speaking with you. It's not about power. Like I let you speak. No, you come over and I respect you for that. I want to speak with you, but we can't understand each other and understand more about life if we're going to presume what the other person is thinking and feeling and doing. So I'm a man of the people first and foremost, color aside. I don't believe that other people having more is me having less. And to be frank with you about it, I've had more respect and loyalty with folks who look like you than folks who look like me in my life, right? Like there's been times when folks who look like you had my back and stood with me more than folks who look like me. So that taught me a lot about life. Not all people who look like your people are your people. So again, I'm loyal to the soil first and foremost, and I'm loyal to the game. And the game for me is life, the art of living, consciousness and awareness, and how to produce better results. There's no color in that equation for me. And again, I know what's going to be said. Oh, the Pauly boys got white privilege. Maybe so. I'm not arguing a lot of these motherfuckers ain't hateful and racist. I'm just saying we can't stick on that as our sticking point for why we're not going to do and be and have more. You just got to do that. And when they come down on you, you stand there and you say, I'm good under God. I'm good on the right side of history. You want to be crackers and crack on me and treat me like a slave? It ain't going to happen. Right. And I'll be right there with you saying the same thing about myself and everybody else, because we all got an all caps name. We all got a number at this point, and we're all under New World Order statute, policy, and code, whether we want to accept it or not. Slavery knows no color and no bounds at this point. It's worldwide and color wide. Black, white, red, yellow, all the rest of it. And it's the same people from the beginning of time doing it to everybody while we want to argue over color on the ground. It's fucking nonsense.
Facts.
Okay, that's so cool. It sounds fine, and that sounds, for the people and all that. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to color. I mean, you can say that it don't come down to color. No, for the world, that's what it's about.
That's like not my world, bro. I'm not in and of the world. I may be in it, but I'm not of it. I don't have to cop to what the world does and be like them. All the things that I do not represent here. I will not do that. So it may come down to color for the world and worldly slaves in it, but for someone like me with the heart the Creator knows, color is not in the equation.
So what are you doing to change
We're having conversations like this. Why are you on the mic again, feedback and fucking up my broadcast? Go fuck up your own life like you already have. Stay the fuck away from me. Haven't I told you that over and over again, Mr. Tarek? So please stay the fuck away from me and out of my life because you're a liability and you can't control yourself, your thoughts, emotions, your reactions, your equipment.
I didn't do anything. I'm on hold. What are you talking about?
You just put your mic back on again and you're doing it now.
All right,
Just get the fuck out of my face and out of my life. I don't need you here with me. Trying to validate me or invalidate me. You're fucking up my broadcast like you fucked up your life. Please shut the fuck up and get out. Thank you. A year and a half with these fucking incompetent, incapable motherfuckers of little to no conscience and awareness, enough to drive a conscious man insane if you let it be.
All right, let me ask you a question. So do you think FBAs and descendants of slaves should get reparations?
No, sir.
Why don't you think we should get
reparations? Because black folks weren't the only folks enslaved, and we're not going to drive this economy further into debt by giving folks handouts because of what they can't do today, what happened hundreds of years ago.
No. So you have a problem with giving Ukraine and Israel money?
Absolutely, I do. We're going deep into debt. So they're destroying this nation.
But you still do it, though, right?
Again, sir, you're talking about a world I'm not part of a bunch of rich, well-to-do, power-hungry white motherfuckers.
You don't pay taxes?
You're talking about a world of slave owners who are not me and my people. My people are Irish and Italian. We never owned slaves. We fought and died to free slaves. Get the history right. I don't support what them crackers are doing in any venue. I don't pay the tax. I don't support it. I don't vote for masters. I am that. I am not them. I am an enemy as they've made it of them. That's what they've said about me. I'm so free and for the people, color aside, and not politically correct. I've become an enemy to a bunch of devils who want to divide us and deceive us and disempower us.
So how would reparations hurt the
because
economy?
You're giving out handouts to people who don't need them, who could be and have better, like all the other black folks who wouldn't take the reparations because they're not victims. They don't want a check from the white man. They're perfectly happy succeeding fucking bitches and living the life. Many of the bitches they're fucking are white women. Salute. I'm not mad about it.
So when your family came on Ellis Island from Ireland, right? Y'all didn't have no handouts when y'all came?
No.
Again,
to get it from the mud?
Again, you presume that everybody You presume that everybody came through Ellis Island. You presume that everybody got handouts when they were there. You presume that everybody's history isn't working in the slums and the ghettos for multiple decades just to one day own a business and maybe 20 years later get themselves out of poverty. It's called hard work and dedication.
And then when y'all get that power, y'all get in. Y'all call.
There's no y'all. There's no y'all. I'm not a Kennedy. You're a racist. You're making all white people one thing. I'm not a Kennedy. I'm not a Clinton. I'm not a Trump. My family has come here, did not own slaves, worked their way out of poverty over decades, only to have their children do and be better than them, not fall into degradation, push toxic chemicals, pimp on their sisters, and push it and glorify it on the radio. Cut the garbage.
Okay, so
now, oddly enough, can I finish one second? Absolutely. You can speak all you want, sir. Just let me finish. Oddly enough, Irish and Italian culture, while I could say all that, because guess what? While Irish and Italian people were working hard at the factories, black folks were right there next to them, working hard at the factories, many of them saving, reinvesting, getting their own families out of poverty. And guess what they both had in common? Black folks, Irish, and Italians. Some of them were pushing drugs. Some of them were doing hits for profit. Some of them were pimping pussy. So again, color is not in the conversation. Culture is.
Okay. But let me ask you this. At that time where they were doing all that, your Irish brethren and my black brethren, if they had a water fountain, whites only, blacks only, Could you?
We didn't
Could I
do
drink
that.
at the?
We didn't do that.
Yes, I did. It was about segregation. Yes, that's why y'all consider
Dude, you're
white.
not understanding. There's different. We have to. Okay, we're gonna do a new bit here. We're gonna put up a chart and we're gonna do classifications of white people, right? And we're gonna like show you Irish and Italians over here, the dirty white boys considered the Negroes of Europe who've never been accepted by the aristocracy. And then we're gonna show.
Back in the day, yes, but now y'all
And
consider.
then we're going to show all the rest of the United Kingdom tied aristocracy who has all the money, all the power, puts us all in jail together. Now, arguably, for different terms and sentences, I won't argue that. Black
What
folks.
does it say on your birth certificate? What does it say on your birth certificate? Does it say white?
It says the
or
same
Italian?
thing it says on yours. Slave with a number and all cap name, subject to statute, policy, and code.
What does it say? Does it say white or black on your birth certificate?
Sir, I'm not arguing that there hasn't been
white or black. No, I'm just saying. Does it say white or black on your birth certificate?
I would presume it says Caucasian, whatever the fuck that means.
Okay, so and a Mexican, Mexican person, what does it say on their birth certificate?
I don't know, sir. I really, it's not really any concern to me. I'm talking about.
So what's your argument? So that's what I'm saying. It's you. So next time you fill out a paper, put black on there and see what happens.
Sir, I'm not arguing that there isn't a system of. I'm not arguing that there isn't a system of pimping that's going on, including all of us, to different, very, very degrees. I'm not arguing racism doesn't exist in the system. I'm not arguing they're not using statute, policy, and code.
So, like the prison system is a modern. That's why you think there's
slavery, bro. I get that, but guess what? Here's the clue.
But who's mostly locked up? Who's mostly locked up?
Mostly drug addicts and drug sellers. That's who's locked up and people doing murder.
I bet 50% of the people who are locked up might be innocent, but it's cheap labor, slave labor. That's what it is.
Okay, so we're going to do the thing of everybody who's locked up didn't do what they're saying they did. We're doing that?
When you said you were strung out on drugs, right? When you get strung out on drugs, guess what happens to you? You get to go to a rehab and get probation.
Sir, I've done both. I've done 100 days for 10 packets of heroin at one point, shooting up. I did 100 days in jail, 5 months.
And listen to this.
And I've done a rehab.
When people were selling crack and all that, they got 100 years, 200 years.
Sir, I'm not. Why are you arguing from things I've already conceded? I already said there's a mind.
You acting like there's not a.
Did anybody to go take crack?
Yes.
Did the second black man who was so oppressed, who watched his brother get 100 years for crack, did anyone force him to go do crack and sell it?
Yes, when you take the job,
yes,
you put a holler right
okay, great point, sir. So now we know we've got it straight from the horse's mouth. All black people at the time were forced to use and sell crack. No. There weren't tons of grannies and grandpas working at the fucking factory trying to make a living, save, and not put themselves and their family in jeopardy. Give me a break, dude. Give me a break. You're a victim Olympics runner. We got to get Antoine over here. You're running the victim Olympics. Nobody forced you or your people to do criminal or destructive behavior to yourselves and your community over and over again to where it got everyone into slavery in certain areas. No one forced anyone to do that. Just like I'll take accountability. I'm not arguing with you that the courts may be racist. I'm not arguing with you that there's not racist motherfuckers and systemic potentially racism in these systems. I'm just saying, if you know that, then you should be far away from crack. Because the same cracker who gave you the crack is going to put you in jail forever for having the crack. You got to be smarter than the slavery and the slave master, right?
Well, let me ask you this, though. The difference between a crack epidemic and a fentanyl epidemic, what's the difference? Because now it's mental health. Because
I know what you're going to say, sir. I've already conceded the argument. It's the same idea of powder coke. It's the same idea of powder cocaine and rock cocaine. They were given out 10 times. Just let me finish if you're going to ask, because I already know where you're going. We've had all these conversations before, and I'm not arguing with you on that point. That young black males were given 10 times the sentences for having a little bit of crack cocaine when they were letting people walk out with probation who were white with powder cocaine. I'm not arguing that.
So you don't see how that's a disparity, though, how you see that race don't come in there. So that's why we should be entitled to reparations because it's 10 times harder for us than it is for you.
Right. So the way okay, I'll meet you middle ground with what you just said. If you believe that the courts are corrupt and that they're unfair in their sentencing, the way you get reparations is you go and you bring a claim to court and you bring these men and women in, color aside, and you say, why the fuck were you giving young black males 10x the sentence for 1/10 the amount of cocaine just because it was in different form? We believe it's racially motivated and biased. Then we have a meeting, and I'll be the first person to sit right there and get you and your whole family and the whole community $1 billion fucking by being your counsel. I'll be the one to do it with you and for you.
But the small hats didn't have to do that. Ukraine don't have to go to a council. Illegal immigrants don't have to go to a council. Why do
Sir,
we
you're
have to go to council?
you're talking about more corrupt people and victimhood consciousness, and then attaching yourself to it. Ukraine's corrupt.
I'm just saying we have to.
You're just wanting to throw yourself in a briar patch with a bunch of other corrupt motherfuckers in order to get something for you and your people. It's not honorable. It's dishonorable. I'm trying to help. If I'm speaking out of turn here, let me know. I'm not here to hate. I'm not here to cause division. If anything, I'm here to get us united in common fucking sense, common law, common ethic, common logic. So, again, this is just pretty clear and concise. You can't give me a flawed argument to support another flawed argument. It's a violation of logic. I don't support Ukraine. I don't support the corruption with United States Corporation and all of its politicos. Corrupt scum, corporate scum, fascist scum. I don't support any of it. I don't support dealings backroom with Ukraine with Joey Biden, the big guy in the paperwork, and just telling me a whole bunch of other corrupt people are getting handouts. So we're going to take a corrupt argument to get our handout. I think it demeans you as a person or as people. You're better than that.
Well, I want to be demeaned if I want to get my reparations.
Right, because it's all about the money, honey. Just like when I had a group of black folks outside the weed store who all said to me, shut up, white motherfucker. We want stimulus. And I try to tell them, you're supporting and voting slave masters who are genociding you and giving you treatments that are going to kill you. And they said, shut up, white motherfucker. I was right in the ghetto, surrounded by black folks, talking the real shit, trying to save souls. And they told me, shut up because of the color of my skin. We're going to take the treatments and get the fucking stimulus so we could buy more sneakers and weed. That's what they had the balls to fucking tell me.
Can I say
the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
But let me say this though.
Can we just start with a 40 acre and a mule? Like we were supposed to bang that.
Yeah, exactly.
Can we just start?
Yeah.
How about the 40 acre and a mule? That part.
They don't want to give us that either. They don't want to give us that either.
Listen, if you Jaguar, this is my point. Is you need a white man around in your life to get you better on your arguments, so we can get to something. If you want to get to something, you got to get the argument better. We got to get the argument better. That's why you hire a white man to talk for you at court. Let's keep it all the way funky and real. So I'm gonna be your white shining armor because I'm gonna get you $1 billion the right way. So, if you want to talk about the idea of the original foundation of the law of this land and how the people
believe in taking government money.
If you want to get down to how the people and land are synonymous in etymology and how every man or woman is entitled to some claim of a piece of land for the value of what they're worth, that's the original public law. We can invoke that. We could talk about that. That's a different idea than reparations. This is what I'm saying. There's different ways to get to
how much black. Okay, let me ask you this: how much black land has been stolen from the government? So, so it's 40 acres in a mule. I'll take 40 acres. I'll take 40 acres in a mule. That's 40 acres in a new car.
Right. The reality of it is you're in a mode right now where you'll take anything you can get that you didn't have to earn, and that's the problem.
No, my descendants and ancestors earned that. We built this.
Again, your descendants and ancestors aren't here whining and complaining. You are. They seem to have enough.
I didn't put the Jews. I didn't put Jews in the fucking torture chamber. I'm still paying for that.
Again. Let's get right down to it.
No.
Take anything that they won't earn. And that's our problem.
But when we do it, it's a handout. When we do it, it's a handout. When y'all do it, it's a bailout.
Right under the bus right now. It's probably majority because of population and nothing else. White people on food stamps in a system. I say take the EBT from all these cracking ass crackers. How about that? I say we take it all away.
My thing is when black people ask for something, No, when black people ask for something, it's a handout. But when y'all ask for something, it's a bailout.
You didn't listen.
So that's what
You
I'm
didn't
talking
listen. Listen. I'm gonna let you go because you're like biased. You're blinded by your hate and colorism and racism and division. You can't even listen to what the fuck I'm saying. I just said I will throw all the cracking ass crackers under the bus who want to use the state of and the corporations to get themselves benefits and privileges for shit they won't earn. All the dope head methadone addicts, all those crackety cracking ass crackers. I'm taking all of it if you have my way. So stop making it a color issue. That's what you're doing. I'm not. I'm speaking impartial and objective and equitably. Okay? It's color aside with me. Stop bringing color into the conversation. When I bring it in, it's to be equitable and fair. The same terms and conditions and standards for everybody. That's equity. Okay? We're not going to give special benefits and privileges to some and not others. That goes for white folks and black folks. So like I told you, want to get these crackety ass crackers into court for giving young black males 10x the jail time for 1/10 the amount of cocaine because it's in different form, a form they gave it to them in? I'll be your first ally to walk right into court and say, I got a group of blackety black folks here today that got a claim, and boy, are they righteous, and I'm going to love speaking for them. And if you want to put me in jail, I'll go right now because you did wrong to them. And when you do wrong to someone, it's wrong. It doesn't matter the fucking color. That's what I'm doing here in this realm. Speaking on what's true and correct, not what other people want and don't want, what they feel and don't feel, what they believe and don't believe, and want to superimpose false history and false dichotomies to make their point. It doesn't serve any of us individually or collectively. Let's get the game back in its proper perspective. Let's come up with a proper rap to bring to the game that's lets you be seen as honorable and equitable and credible and to get your compensation as you see you are due. Your thoughts, Danielle, Brian O'Shea, Timmy?
A lot of people don't realize history. Like the reason why the Navy was formed was 1800 for the Barbary Wars, and that's where the Moroccan pirates, the Arabic pirates, captured white and black people and sold them as slaves. There's still slaves of every color today still.
Right. Do you think that guy in the middle of Texas gives a fuck about North Korea that's been nothing but slavery for the last fucking 50 years? He don't give a fuck. It's about I'm black and black can be used as a political pawn to possibly get me something that I haven't earned. It's infidel behavior. It's devilish behavior. I'm not talking skin color. I'm talking spiritual idea here. You know you didn't earn it. You know that your other people around you are not complaining because they have everything they need and then some. They've probably earned it. And you haven't, so you want to use your blackness to get something you haven't earned. It demeans other black people who work hard every day. It demeans other black people because you keep claiming blackness. The most successful black motherfuckers never claim their blackness for political pawning. They don't. They say, I'm like thankful and grateful. I'm like a hero in all communities. All white people love me. I got money. I got power. I got respect. I got white hoes that want to wash my feet. It's you poor, broke motherfuckers who got nothing of all colors that want to sit in your community and beg for shit and grasp for shit that you ain't creating and earning. And it ain't going to help you if you get it. You're just going to be a broke, failure, loser motherfucker who they gave money to. That don't change a motherfucker's image because you're going to wind up getting tricked out of that money they gave you anyway because you don't know what the fuck to do with it. If you did, you wouldn't be where you're at, bitching and whining and complaining. You'd be where other successful black motherfuckers are, pimping a good game, pushing P, as they say, right? Being successful, generating something, creating something for themselves and their people, putting them the fuck on. Instead of putting on and lying, they're putting people on because they're grinding every fucking day because they don't see color. Because they're willing to work with other motherfuckers and network and get to something. Because they don't get in their own fucking way constantly every day with their intrusive thoughts and feelers and bullshit about their past history they know nothing about and didn't live. Come on, man. I'm going to do a Joe Biden on you. He's not, he's black. He's black, but you're not black if you didn't vote for him. So I'm going to do him because he's blacker than everybody. Come on, man. You could do better than that. Stop demeaning yourself and your people who aren't claiming you the way you're claiming them. There ain't a successful black motherfucker out there who's claiming you the way you're claiming blackness for them. They don't feel all oppressed and repressed, depressed. They're not victims. They're doing just fine. And they're probably more likely to fuck with someone like me, color aside, than someone like you, even though you're their people. See how the game works? See how real motherfuckers work of all colors? Real ones do real shit. And real ones of all colors ain't gonna fuck with fake ones talking some bullshit and ain't getting to nothing and they want to ask for what they didn't earn. That's loser failure central in any venue, on any block, in any capacity, color aside. Thoughts on anything I'm saying right now? Am I off? Do I need to be checked? Am I speaking on something that I'm not entitled to speak on because I don't got the right fucking skin color to do it?
Nah, you're spot on.
Sounds good to me. You've been making sense to me. But yeah, that's the thing I run into on the black panels. Like, you can't even get, like, luckily that conversation was on yours because you know what would happen. They'll throw this out before we even say anything. So it's just like, I mean, you're just dead on, over the target as usual.
That's the whole point of proper instruction motivates people. At one point, I purposely used the acronym PIMP because I saw the dynamics at play. I saw that there was a lot of buzz around these topics. So I figure let's do a little bit of triggering with the truth to have the conversation so we can create a venue where we could do proper instruction to motivate people of all colors. Right? So it's kind of the overlay with on the ground pimping, as far as what I know of it, the little I know of it, correlated with the system and how we're all being pimped on and how many of our own people of all colors are the biggest pimps on everybody else on these networks, in these venues. Right? Using their power base in order to generate currency and value and power while selling their own fucking people out with gossip, drama, hateful narratives. You motherfuckers should be ashamed. It's going to take a white boy to fucking come on here and set a lot of you motherfuckers straight, color aside. And that's for your own good. That's what's crazy about this shit. What the fuck I'm doing that's so triggering is for every individual's own good, including mine. Color aside. They don't want it. They want that weak, half-ass shit that hasn't worked for them yet. Go ahead, ma'am.
I just wanted to say to you, I'm loving the commentary. And I'm appreciating your view. I'm glad I came back. I would be cool in the bushes or here on the panel. You don't really need any help because you know what it is and you're saying what you're saying and you're saying it flat out. And I think the reason why you have the problem that you have with people just like I do is because you're not going to sugarcoat it. It is what the fuck it is. And it's either you can accept it and you can embrace it, or you can just be ready to get fucked in the ass when reality comes. But either way, this is reality. What you're talking is reality.
Right. The same way at one point, color aside, this is going to be my new proviso for every statement. Now, color aside, when I was sitting around trying to scheme
don't
on.
do that. You know, that's like politically correctness and shit.
Right. I'm doing it a bit for effect, but a bit to put on notice, right? So when I was sitting around scheming on how I was going to use the state's determination of me being disabled to get disability, and my father said, you know, Paul, I see why you hang out. Now, listen, this is going to catch me hating trigger, whatever. I'll keep it all the way real. Listen, Paul, you hang around with and you act just like an N-word. Excuse me, man, but let me just, I know I'm doing a lot of talking, like you said, but I'm passionate about this shit. And you know,
I'm just trying to make sure, you know, they know that it's a trigger warning.
Right, trigger warning. So he said, you hang out with an actress like an N-word, right? Now that upset me, right? And that makes me think my father is hateful and racist, right? But yeah, somewhere in his misguided commentary, I think he was trying to illuminate an idea that you got enough talent and ability and you're able-bodied that you could get up and work and do more for yourself and others. You got no business sitting around trying to figure out how to fill out forms and be a victim and come up on $400, $500, $600 a month. You can't do any better than that? That's demeaning to me.
My dad said the exact same thing, and he's black.
Again, we'll go back to the Chris Rock bit, right? I love black people. I hate niggas. He's doing a bit to communicate an idea of culture versus consciousness. It is what it is.
That's why I'm not. But see, and that goes to show you that color aside, really, there are those who believe it was real and the principle, and there are those who don't. And it's just, we gonna see, you know? Y'all can embrace what you want to embrace. You can forget what you want to forget. You can pretend like, you know, you didn't see none of this shit happen, or you didn't see any of it coming, but it's coming.
Well, the reality of it is when you trace back Italian or Irish heritage, it all goes back to blackness. So while they're telling me that I'm a white motherfucker because maybe my people sat in caves for whatever the fuck it was, trying to look out for the
Hannibal
oppressors,
was that dude.
right? So that's the reality of it. Italians got black in them. Sicilians got black in them. They tell me I got big nose and big
Hannibal was
lips.
that dude. Power to the people. Hannibal came through.
Right.
But, you know,
Go
we've
ahead.
been mixing, you know what I mean? All of that shit. You know, one of my favorite lines from that movie Bullworth with Warren Beatty and Halle Berry, when he was like, you know what? I know how to get rid of racism. We just all just keep fucking each other until we all the same color.
Well, I
We
think
getting
Brian
there.
O'Shea
We're
is
getting
ready to
there.
start right now with you. Okay, we're going to get right on that. I can't for legal purposes, but I'm sure he'll be totally down to stop the hate, stop racism by fucking you immediately and producing a light-skinned O'Shea baby.
No, but I mean, at the end of the day, we're all human. Some of us are a little more human than others, you know, in my opinion. But I gotta get ready to go, guys. Breaking news, and I gotta get my room ready. Diddy's houses are being raided in LA and Miami, and his children are
Oh,
paying
here
the
we
price.
go. What did I tell you about coming here and bringing up Diddy and Sean Combs and then
No,
fucking
I'm no, because I
Sean
was about
Carter,
to
whatever
say,
the
but I
fuck?
gotta go. So it's breaking news. It's breaking news.
All right. I didn't hear that.
But
I don't know nothing about that.
I know nothing.
It's all
Because
about the Benjamins,
all color
baby.
aside, he's a fucking diddler. The fucking honeycomb and the meat
Listen,
milk.
we've been telling you motherfuckers for almost a decade. You got to tell R. Kelly, Diddy, and the other guy from Family Matters. You got to tell him no. Okay? Uncle Carl, the policeman. Now I'm putting shit on his name. He's not the guy. I don't know.
Cosby.
You got to tell him no.
From what I hear, Dwayne
Carl
Wade
Winslow. You
makes
got
a
to tell
whole lot of
Carl Winslow and Diddy and
Shout out
R.
to
Kelly
Dwayne
no.
Wade, who's discovering his transgender life. Shout out to Dwayne Wade. You know, God bless you and all your womanists. Transformer.
All right, we'll see you later, Jaguar.
Disguise. Yeah, that's where he going with it.
All right, are you out of here?
You look like a lady.
I'm throwing you out.
Yeah, I'll see you guys. Bye.
All right. Man, she's something else, huh? You know, I was going to say she's a barrel of monkeys, but that's probably not the phrase to use when we're right in the middle of a white-black conversation. So that was me almost doing it again, you know? But yeah, she's like a lot to handle. She's a very powerful woman. She seemed to have some points. And then there's a personality thing, much like me. That probably gets her into some trouble, much like me. But yeah, we seem to be on the same page. We seem to be seeing and experiencing the same reality, color aside. And that's good news, I think. That's the gospel, the good news for all of us, that we can all experience the same kingdom of heaven, the same consciousness and awareness, and lack of toxic emotional space. If we could just see clearly and reconcile and come to peace with who and what we are as we are, not as we're told we need to be. Tarek is back. Just can't stay away, huh, Tarek? Just can't leave me alone.
I gotta ask one question. It's about the truth,
You
Paul.
gotta
About
ask
the
one
truth.
question, right? Because you're impulsive and compulsive, and you just can't go on with your life in your day. You gotta come up and ask questions. Okay, go ahead, Tarek. Ask questions.
It's one. All right. So Jaguar, I got a question for you.
She's gone.
Were you the
She's
one
gone.
that was trying to
She's gone.
expose?
She's gone.
Were you the one?
She's gone. She's gone. She's gone. She's gone. Unless you want me to put on the hair
Oh,
and
she's
then the
gone?
outfit and pretend to be her with the nails, it's not happening. She's gone.
All right. Well, that was the question I wanted to ask her. Thank you, Paul.
Great stuff. Great fucking stuff. Always coming with the heat. Good content. See why you have a channel. See why it's working.
I don't. I don't need a
He
channel,
laughs.
Paul.
He
All I was
fucking
trying-
laughs.
all I was trying to say is that she was trying to expose Diddy, and to my knowledge, she is part of the club. If you know what I mean.
I really don't care. I don't deal with these people. We meet online. We have good conversations or not. If we collaborate in the future, if it's meant to be, great. If not, I'm not losing sleep about it. I don't need to do judgment here. I don't need to do condemnation. I only speak on what is. I leave the rest of that gossip, hating crap for you and everyone else online. It doesn't move me.
You're right. You're right. I was just trying to get some
I
truth out of it.
usually
That's
am.
all.
It's
It's not
what I
about
do.
you.
It's been very good to me because I've been very good for it.
Yeah, I agree. All right. Peace out, Paul. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you,
Thank you.
sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
So throw my thought in the ring. I have some good African friends that have been on the U.S. for a really long time, and they don't mix with the with the Black Americans, like at all. Like they stick with the Africans. Like the cultures, they don't mix like at all.
You're really going to fuck everyone up now, Timmy, because now you're bringing in a known dynamic to some folks that all Black people don't align. Jamaicans, Haitians, Africans, when they come to America, they think American Blacks are fucking clowns. They don't hang with them, they don't do business with them, and they don't respect them, nor do they trust them. Oh man, you just pissed off a lot of people because they couldn't use blackness as some monolithic claim for their own victimhood to get something they haven't earned or to take a false power over other people of different colors. Holy shit.
Yeah, I keep seeing people say shit like, like they're comparing I and you and O'Shea, like the Italian and Irish lineage, to these WASP motherfuckers, like that we have no relation to at all. There's no chain of title whatsoever. That's just some bullshit collectivism, like mixing, like assigning a title. Like you're doing the thing that you don't want to be done to you. Get these titles. Like the guy in the chat, Tam says, new arguments say Africa owes Black Americans for selling us. I agree, but they're doing, bro. How are you gonna prove which?
Wait, Timmy. So now the claim. So now we're going back to the origination point. Now the claim is other Black people sold us to white people. We need money from the Black people and the white people. Doesn't that destroy the argument being centered on race, which is a false construct?
Right. And then it goes beyond race, and then they're going to start to do titles. And if someone would learn legal lawful sometime this fucking century, they'll understand that this is all collectivism, assigning titles to folks that aren't accepting these titles or wanting them. I didn't own slaves. My family didn't. And good luck. How are you going to figure out which Africans in Africa sold
right? So let's get down to what Tam is saying, because this has become another talking point pushed a lot by feminist activists. Patriarchy isn't necessarily a negative thing in the sense of man being the head of the house because he is superior physically, and without strong men who embody principles, women don't exist without being property of evil men and evil nations. So patriarchy is the same thing women used to hide behind and use for their advantage until it became a disadvantage in the corporate world, so to speak. So now they're trying to undo that inherent hierarchical power and value system. So while we're equal spiritually as men and women, physically we're not, and it's for a reason. We're here to lead, guide, and protect, and have the most obligation, responsibility, and accountability to create a society and a system that is just for the weakest among us, physically, being women and children. So patriarchy is not a negative thing. You could argue the absence of patriarchy in the modern world, male leadership, has led to the domination of beta males, of what would be the true alphas. You have a whole system run by cowardly and authentic corporate beta males where they seek to destroy masculinity and disempower the masculine individual and take their rights, property, and freedom using paperwork and a suit. So again, we need to distinguish the idea of a true patriarchy versus a false power structure and system with false representatives and false leaders who are not leading, guiding, and protecting the least among us. They're extorting and corrupting the least among us. That's the reality of it. There's nothing inherently wrong with strong men who have strong families, right? And women and children who united under their men to do what's true and what's right. That's the proper form and function of a house, some might argue. That is inherent hierarchical power and value systems, and that is Americana, first and foremost. So again, there's a difference between a woman wanting to submit to a man who is authentic and worthy, who checks himself and isn't egotistical, versus women who are forced, along with men, to submit to beta males and their false patriarchy and false power system.
I mean, folks are stuck on left, right, black, white, right, Republican, Democrat. But what about up, down, ethically and morally? Like, is it that hard? Can we all follow what is God's law? Like, isn't it obvious what God's law is? Equity, law. I mean, isn't that clear?
There you go. Cliche is the hills. Those who are able to see beyond the shadows and lies of their culture will never be understood, let alone believed by the masses. That's what you have the majority on this network and in life on these devices. Devices means a vice. They're living in bondage and vice to false concepts and false realization. Okay? So You know, it's easier to fool a motherfucker than it is to convince them they've been fooled. Another cliche as old as the fucking hills. We got someone backstage. I'm interested. I'm liking this energy, right? I'm liking the new conversation, new audience members, right? A different color around here, so to speak, since it's such a big triggering hot topic, colorism, right? So I'm for all of it. You know, I love the game. The game is life, and life is about all colors, all shades, all perspectives. And then we're going to get down to one way and one truth, or we're going to live in one hell together, it would seem. How are you, Conscious?
Good, and you? How y'all doing? What's popping? What's popping?
We're blessed over here, so I'd like to believe.
Same here, same here. I just want to join in on the conversation. I kind of agree with y'all on some things that the government, it's turned into a fascist movement. They run things as more a dictatorship now in the United States. And as slaves, we all know that slavery didn't end. It just changed it to a different system and an operation. So, but it's about me. I'm about solutions. How are we going to eradicate and fix it? Obviously, half of these governments was built on lies, pillaging, raping, all of that. So it's like, where do we as the people, if we know all this shit, how are we going to stand up? It says it in the Declaration of Independence, we can't overthrow if shit, but it's like, I don't think as a society, we focusing on solutions.
Well, you're absolutely right. And that's the one thing we see on these panels is everyone wants to sit around and trauma bond and be falsely empowered codependents, but they don't want to get down to what the cause and effect is and what the solution is. And as far as I can tell, it's going to be all of us, color aside, uniting as citizens, in quotes, of the world, and first and foremost, Americans, if we're on the land of America. That's color aside. That's God's people. God's people are virtuous and righteous and honorable and presentable. And they know themselves what they are, what they're not. They understand the law versus the legal system. So again, when you meet a Moor, a black man, I know we have to mention color, right? When you meet an African Moor on the land of America, they got their game tight. They got their shit together. They go to court and tell all these crackers where to go. And they tell them politely and with a care in their heart and with forgiveness for a potential slave master who knows not what they do and what the implications is karmically. Right? So again, if you want a representation that you can look to for how to live and how to be, I'm not going to tell you it's that completely, but for black folks, in quotes, it looks like the African Moors on the land of America. And we're talking color aside and we're talking get up aside, clothing aside. Because a lot of time folks will say, oh, well, what are they walking around in dashikis or whatever the fuck that clothing is? They're not in the hoodie and the jeans and whatever else. That's not the point. The point is how they're on record, how they stand, the truth they live by, their lifestyle, what they're going to do and not do. And I got to tell you, oftentimes the court's going to chuck them. They're not going to deal with them the same way they're going to deal with the average American black man who's subject to toxified culture and society. They've been pimped on by their own people. So it's all there, right? We don't need to bring color into it to know how to stand righteously and how to put our record on paper, our affidavits, and how not to be subject to their statute, policy, and code, which is synonymous with fascism, because the original definition, as I've said many times, of fascism is when the state merges with corporate powers. That's what the fuck we have. Big corporations and big state of agents and agencies putting statute, policy, and code on the individual and depriving them of their fucking rights. And it's going on in every community. Okay, it may be going on a lot in the black community, quote unquote, but the black community ain't a black community. There's Latinos who live there. There's white folks who live there. I was one of the Irish Italian folks at one point, just like my father, who lived in a predominantly black community below the poverty line. The game doesn't change. The way they may treat you changes because of their perception of you. It doesn't change the fact that we're more the same and united than we are divided, unless we choose to be over color. So we got a common quote unquote enemy, right? I don't see any enemies in this realm. They make an enemy out of me and others for their lies and the lies they live. I don't choose to see them as an enemy back. I'm not overthrowing them. I'm giving them an opportunity to rise to an occasion they swore to uphold. The law of this land, rights, freedom, and principles, and pursuit of happiness of all people, all colors, all places, all times. That is universal law. So we need to stand together under that umbrella, under that banner. The same banner we came into this with for the black folks. Brotherly love overrides oppressive destruction, blooding, community revolution in progress, cripping, growth and development, GDs. That's where the unification point is, but you all want to kill yourselves and each other. with false ideologies instead of uniting under the banner of being white, black, yellow, red Americans doing what's true and what's right, or just having the freedom to pursue our happiness. You can't push your policy and code on me in this neighborhood. We're not doing it. But that's going to cause everyone individually and collectively to have to rise to an occasion. You're going to have to go talk to your brothers and sisters. We don't want the crack on the block. We don't want the dope on the block. You want to push some good reefer? Whatever. Ain't a problem, right? But if you want to push this crap around here and you want to pimp on our daughters, we got an issue. Color aside. You're going to have to take that reins back and that control back of yourselves and your community. You're going to have to start talking. Self-talk and talk to each other, right? You're going to have to start a movement, essentially, within yourself. You're going to have to become a movement, not start a movement. There's no head to this shit. There's no beginning and end. It's a state of consciousness. You're going to have to become the fucking movement and the exemplification of what others around you need to do and be. That's true leadership. And through that, you will inspire motherfuckers to be led back to their true self and cut the fucking games and do better and be better and have better. There's no color in this conversation, only a conversation about consciousness.
Yep, it's about like-minded individuals who's dedicated to the cause. If you really dedicated to the cause, that means you got to be the catalyst of change. It's stepping up. Not everybody ain't ready to do that.
Right, but for those who are, we're kindred spirits and we're bonded in that understanding. And that's beyond worldly false power. So again, we could call out to all the folks in the inner cities who want to kill themselves and each other and go to prison forever for nonsense. You could rise to a new occasion. You could have a coming of age story. You could cement yourself and your legacy on the right side of history, being an honorable being. If you're willing to go to prison and die or kill, then you're exactly who and what the fuck God needs for its army, non-army. Because this ain't about violence. The point is there's a whole bunch of talent and ability and heart and soul that is being misapplied and misappropriated. We could do and be and have better, color aside.
Some children, to devil's advocate, some children and people are a product of their environment. That is innate in what they're going to be and what they see. If they don't see a proper representation of leadership and what they're supposed to be, what are they going to look to? The media? They're going to look to the, what's presented.
Right, but this is where, too, again, we got to take radical accountability and responsibility for being in the home as men. We want to listen to this shit, right? We want to be entertained by it. Children do what they know is what they see. So I don't have children, right? But maybe other children listen to me, other people's children. That's why, in a way, I have an indirect responsibility at times. I have to think about that. Because when I play that music, we don't know who's listening. And we don't know what they're taking with it and running with it. So they'd have to sit with me for another year and a half to potentially delineate the idea between a lifestyle, a culture, a way of beingness, a form of entertainment that is real, is true, is there. Many of us have experienced it up close, but is not who and what we want to be and where we want to go ultimately. We can't deny it as a reality and a truth, but we can't promote it and glorify it and give youngsters the wrong idea of what they need to do and be to get wherever they're going. So that's what I do as a broadcast, is stand as a testimony that you don't have to live like that. You don't have to go that way with those people. You could do something completely different and create a livelihood for yourself that's honorable and righteous, where you influence people to do and be and have better. That feels good. That's how you feel good about yourself every day when you go to sleep. If you want to have self-esteem, you got to do esteemable things. You can't expect to feel good about yourself doing garbage, nonsense activity, mischievous activity all day, every day with a bunch of clowns and loser failures going nowhere. There's no way you're going to ever feel good about yourself. I don't give a fuck how much money and worldly power you get to. Go ask all these motherfuckers that got millions of dollars going to prison every day because they fucking hate themselves. And they're surrounded by a bunch of loser failures from the block who are holding them down. You don't want to be held down in life. Ask those motherfuckers to let you go. Let them go.
Exactly. I think that's where the independent thought come in at. And knowing who you are, shit, you know, that's why it was bred into me personally. I'm a leader, never been a follower. So not everybody has those esteemable qualities, though.
Where did you get your sense of self, sense of morals, ethics, logic? Who would you say in your life imputed that when it comes to your day-to-day process and lifestyle? Where did you garner that? Where did you gain that?
My elders, my uncles, my grandfather. and then I will have, my ancestors. That's a great part of me and who I am. The people, not just people that's not in, I'm a descendant of, but the people who put in the work in society.
So basically, you got it the same way I did. You saw some people maybe locally who had some qualities, and then you search history for greatness and great men in order to understand self in the present time. Because self in the present time is the same self in all time.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Your thoughts, Emmanuel? I saw that you came up. I hadn't seen you in a bit. I always like hearing from you. I wish you come up more often, man.
No, I've just been busy,
Oh, okay.
Lady gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, so you know how it is. It's very
Oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna. I never fault anybody. It's just like I said. I like when you
Yeah.
come up and you give me ideas and inspire me. And if you got on the ground day to day stuff, all the power to you. I know how that goes. You got to focus on self and what's around you first and foremost.
Yeah, I mean, I buzz around and I listen in, stay in the chat without, stepping away from my responsibilities. But I
So
got a
your
little
baby didn't come out retarded like you, did it? Did it come out
no,
healthy?
no, 100% not.
You see how I am? This is why I trigger people. All right, they say, Paulie, you can't just do all what you just did and then talk about children and retardation. That's not funny. Rape's never funny. Domestic violence never funny. Children and retardation never funny. See, this is how I get canceled. So they did to Kanye. No, I was teasing you because I presumed it didn't. Right? If I thought that it would, I probably wouldn't make the joke. So you're a highly intelligent person from what I see, competent and capable. So I just presume that the child is healthy and it's a joyous occasion, right? Cause for celebration.
Absolutely, but then the struggle is on because now the system wants all of this and that for what they believe is right for your child. So, I'm trying to
Right, they
point
want to
out.
make him retarded. If he's not born retarded, they want to make him retarded.
Right, exactly.
Right.
So, that's the struggle. That's going to be my new struggle.
Now, let's be clear. When I say retardation, I'm just talking clinically. It's a state of consciousness where your development has been arrested. Right, so the consciousness is not quite what it would be. You got a lot of folks out here got all the equipment. Their equipment's in working order, but they've just not used what they've been given by God. A lot of folks don't use more than 5-8% of the capacity of their intelligence. So when I say retarded, I'm not talking about folks oftentimes who are born with some kind of disability, right? I'm talking about folks who have everything they need under God and won't use it to its capacity, right? And that's maybe some of the greatest sin that we all commit at times. God gives us talent and abilities, and we fucking throw it away and waste it.
That's why I'm a firm believer in holistic healthcare, holistic enthusiast, because these psychedelic drugs, this shit that a lot of westernized medicines they reference to, the founders of it, they will actually imbalance you, chemically imbalance you. So I wouldn't trust it.
Now, when you say psychedelic, you mean like psychotropic drugs, like the pharmaceutical ones that alter?
Yeah, any pharmaceutical, psychedelic drugs, over-the-counter drugs, yeah. And the Adderall, the Concerta, that shit, that has long-term effects. So.
Now, has the white serpent got his hands into the black community with those drugs? Because I know it has, with the crack and the rest of it the gentleman earlier was speaking about. But, obviously we know the quote unquote white community is under the grip of legal drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
What
Very
community
addictive
has it?
Okay, so you're saying it has, right? So that's become an issue for the black community as well, because I would see, I was going to suspect that because one thing we know about a lot of these systems is they really care about black people. Oh boy, don't they? And they want to keep you safe. So they're going to write up a whole bunch of paperwork on how you need their help and their medications. And those medications may have some side effects, but you won't mind. You'll be too unconscious and unaware to even care. So we know what they're up to, color aside, because there's many folks of all colors inside that system doing it. Babylon, Pharmakia, we know who and what you are.
I think it's like that for everyone, cradle to the grave. I mean, if you're going to give birth at a hospital, from what I've noticed through my most current experience, and I haven't had this experience where I see the live baby pop out of the hole. It was pretty intense. So I noticed that this system wants you to stay as long as you comfortably want, so that they could ring up the biggest bill. So it's all about money. They're trying to get your money at the end of the day.
Well, that's why they love black folks who are in a victimhood state of consciousness. They put them in that with the propaganda, so they can turn around and say, "Oh, you poor baby, you're disabled. Here's $500 a month, and here's a packet of drugs too that are going to help you out, really numb the pain, and you never get to rise to your fucking potential and to the greatness that's within you, color aside." Because the same thing is done with all colors of people at this time. This is part of how the devil works, so to speak. And the scariest part is the devil's within you, just like it's outside, as within, so without, as above, so below. We ain't talking about some archetype that doesn't exist in everybody. The question is, are you conscious and aware? Do you know yourself? Are you able to direct that? Or have you fallen prey to your own deception and self-lies? Are you sniffing your own product? Your thoughts, Hank?
Yeah, I got lucky today. Lyft almost fucking squeezed me when I was trying to make my return trip to get my car back from Bruce Brothers after I got the repair. I lucked out. My old man could still drive, and so we could just go ahead and get it instead of the Lyft with this bullshit trip like a 5xing the damn price. It's ridiculous.
Now, what are you speaking on? You're saying your father took you to get some product, and it's up
my
5
car
times.
back from the shop. I had to get new brakes. I had to get new brakes. All 4 brakes were out. So
okay,
I got the lift home, but I got to take a break. But I couldn't. They freaking multiply the price, and the driver was freaking slow. So I lucked out. I should have got the U-Haul. The U-Haul place was right behind that car shop. I should have just got the U-Haul and not trust that damn ride share.
The ride share.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on blackness? Because it's a very triggering topic, apparently. And I think that you're someone who's told me in the past, if I remember, you didn't even know you were black. You're like Clayton Bigsby. Like I had to remind you. Like Joe Biden tells other people how to be black. I had to do with you.
Yeah, let me get something that's right behind me.
Oh man, he's gonna bring out the sex toys or whatever the fuck else he has.
Oh, it's much worse. Let me get it.
Holy shit. We're gonna gamble it all. We're gambling it all. I already put up a dildo and a rubber vagina earlier in the broadcast. I mean, we're already gambling. This broadcast probably. Oh, okay. See, now you're insulting everyone and your own intelligence, and maybe you just don't have any because that's like, yeah, you went the other way with it. Sir, my new African American on panel, like Trump said, I have my African American here. My newest and most favorite African American, Ka consciousness, and of course, I use the term African American flippant in a flippant sense because it's politically correct.
Yeah.
Ka consciousness. What are your thoughts on what the fuck is going on here with this man putting on "Make America Great Again" hats?
This is what Trump deserves.
You got a white. Oh, he's beating off.
Listen. Why support a dictator or anybody that? Well, listen, to each his own. If it makes you happy,
he doesn't.
You know my shit. Listen,
he doesn't. He's fucked up. He fucked up. I'm never voting for him again.
Right. The problem is the voting. Has anyone figured that out yet? White people, black people, Asian people. Go ahead, Ka consciousness. I like when you get fired up. Please, you're one of the few people who are allowed to interrupt me right now.
So the electoral college gonna pick that mess anyway. It ain't up to us. They just try to waste our energy, our revolutionary energy. So it's like,
I've always thought, like, who are they gonna pick if nobody votes? You know, they're gonna pick somebody anyway. If nobody voted and nobody paid attention to government, would it just shrivel up and die, or would they?
No, but the thing is that
it's rigged. It doesn't matter if no one votes. They already have a winner. It's already been selected.
Right.
Okay. The problem is you guys you don't understand. There's many folks, they're all around us. Some of us call them friends and family who are admitting that they're doing this process. Still, they're putting themselves and everyone in the jurisdiction of saying, I need a white daddy or a black daddy. But he had Obama, 8 years, black daddy. We loved it. Slaves loved it. You know, it like got all that guilt out of the way. Oh my God, we're totally not racist because black daddy. And it worked. Made everyone feel warm, got everyone together in their slavery. Everyone got their faith back in a system that threw them overboard decades ago. You know, this shit works. Pimping works. But at some point, you have to concede voting has never made anything better. And the more you keep doing it, the more you're putting on record, spiritually, if nothing else, and contractually, that you are a state of entity. You're an agent or assisting in the trust of the state of and what it represents here spiritually and physically, which is slavery and genocide and deception. Hello? Any Christed beings out there? Anybody who understands the story that we started a whole civilization off of and how to live? Anyone?
Well, every time you spend $1, you're actually voting. Every time, you know, you put $1 at the gas station for that $6 gallon of milk, for anything you don't agree with, you're voting for and approving for those ridiculous prices and your slavery and your genocide and all.
Well, that's why I've encouraged folks, if they had any sense, which they don't in any venue, to give all the fiat coupons back. And the way you do that is by going and getting gold and silver and other assets that hold their value and accrue value over time. See, if every slave out there who had a pocket full, or a bank full, more importantly, of fiat coupons that are losing their value day by day, went and got silver and gold, all those notes, one way or the other, would be returned back to source, making it possible for them to not have to print more. See, the issue is not only the fiat coupon having no value and losing its value. The reason it's losing its value is because they're printing up more than ever, because you all keep holding something that has no value.
They can't get enough of that stimulus. Can't get enough of that stimulus.
Right, but that's the thing. You need stimulus because you won't stimulate the economy. You won't trade with lawful money from the beginning of time, which is gold and silver. Back to the scripture. Gold and silver is lawful money. Now they want to impose crypto so they can really fuck your soul up and head up, because it presents a good opportunity to turn value into more value. But we know what they're going to do with it. Tokenize you and your whole beingness. They're going to trade in souls digitally like they always do.
We learned from the Confederate States that any plan that requires slaves is doomed to fail.
Right. All I'm saying is that if anybody had any understanding on the ground, the majority of folks, of how anything worked, the courts, the banking system, the religious system, they would return all things back to source one way or the other. Right. So by returning those fiat coupons as much as possible back to source, you would ensure that whatever was in a circulation would still retain its non-value, rather than inflation going through the roof because they're printing up more coupons than ever. What happens the day when everyone wakes up like they have in the past, where the coupon is no longer accepted? What are you going to trade as value? What are you going to trade on if you're not the value? We're back to pimping. Pimp rule number 1 is I am the value. Everything extends off of me because I am that am. The hoe is not the value. If it was, then when the hoe goes, the pimp ain't. So again, I could cross jurisdictions and correlate just on the ground, street level, common fucking sense in an unethical venue, you could argue. And then we could take it over to courting, because courting at court is the same thing as a man and a woman pimping and hoeing. Okay, on some level. I know that's triggering. I know that's scary what I just did there. White boys talking pimping. He can't do that either. That's a black thing. Okay. It's conceptual. It's dynamic and it's energetic, right? We're talking systems dynamics and energetics first and foremost. It crosses over into different venues. So once you recognize I am that am, like the Christ did, the first best pimp, proper instruction motivates people, not selling pussy. The first and best pimp was the Christed being who told you I am that am. I am the value. Just like your system will tell you. We gave you an all caps name and a number because you're the collateral. We built this whole system off of you being collateralized, tokenized. They're doing it again because we're on a great reset time like they do every few hundred years or so. This has been done over and over again from the beginning of time. This is just pure pimping on different levels, and most folks can't see it. When you tell it to them, they think you're crazy. Return all things back to source. What is source? You got to look inside and outside of yourself, I guess, on some level, whether it's the money, whether it's conscious and awareness, you know, your time, energy, and attention. Stop giving it to Joe Biden. Stop giving it to Donald Trump. Stop giving it to false religion. Stop giving it in the form of fiat coupons in debt.
No, that's too easy. It's too easy, Paul.
It's the simplest yet hardest thing we could do here, right? Is to live in equity, trust, and faith.
Nah, it's too easy to just fucking abrogate. Fucking, I'm so fucking pissed off right now. Yo, every fucking week, I'm let down by another motherfucker close to me, and it's too fucking easy to just look out. Just look outward and go, but pussy, money, power. These are my things. You know, oh, what is it? What is the society gonna say? What are these other motherfuckers gonna say? And selling the most valuable fucking thing you have, your soul, your family, your blood. I mean, how do you guys stay fucking optimistic, man? Every fucking week, another one just the cracks and
You
breaks.
presume that I have to stay optimistic. See, the other side of the coin of optimistic is pessimistic. I'd rather be realistic. It's more of a space of neutrality in a sense. You know, I'm not going to take on the burden of what other folks do and don't do. Right? I may have an obligation to be all I can be in order to influence them to do and be better, but I will not bear that burden of what they choose to do and not do. I did that for too long. So
no, man, but I'm trying to grow a family and shit, and I got motherfuckers around me that they can't not be liabilities. It's fucking unbelievable. These people can't even be basic, like just basic, just honor, like just basic shit. I don't even ask them to do much, but everybody's got to be like in their feelers, emotional about everything, and can't take a logical fucking word from anybody. Fuck the patriarchy, right? And it's fucking astounding. And it's just, oh man.
Can we get more specific? Are you willing to get more specific?
Hold on, I mean, I can't do too much detail, but I'll just say like, folks are cracking at the one phone call is just like cracking, can just crack the folks around.
Timmy, it's possible you're getting too inspired on here, too motivated, too passionate, and you're raising your standard so high, other folks around you can't hit it. You know, I've been accused of that before. So is it possible that's what's going on? You're really just giving it to everybody nowadays with both barrels? You're not taking any prisoners?
Yeah, but it's just like the basics, man. Like fucking caretakers around, like they can't take a fucking direction. Like I can't even trust my own blood and my wife's blood to do basic shit. To just like have basic honor and to know what is important. Like people don't even know where the value is. It's fucking astounding.
Right, but shouldn't you expect that at this point? That blood's not always thicker than water. This is the whole point of cultivating faith, and having a process and a practice is tests and challenges like that is the ones closest to you can be the quickest to disappoint you, right? Betrayal don't happen from your enemies; it happens from within, the ones closest to you. They betray themselves oftentimes, right? It's not even you; they betrayed themselves. So how could it not carry over to you? It should be expected.
I know, man. I get in this position where it's like, oh, all right, I can look the other way about this because like I'm trying to build shit in the world, not to just like, okay, there's the spiritual. I get that. I'm pretty rock solid in that department. But when it gets to like building shit in the world, a family, community, business, it's like I have to on some level take honor with the obligation. And the motherfuckers around me, like some of them, they just fucking disappoint often, and then I have to look away at certain things that they do because like there's a balance. I don't know, man. It's like in a community, if the guy that's like the guy who chops trees, he's like I don't know, he's got some weird predilections. It's like what do you do with that? You got to like try to get him right, but then you need him to chop the wood. I don't know how to manage shit like that. You know what I'm saying, or not?
I mean, you just might find yourself in a position where you're going to have to do more, like the old cliche says, right? They're cliche for a reason. You want something done, you got to do it yourself. You know, you can't outsource everything and then complain about people's ethic. If you're not doing all maybe you could do on the ground. So you seem like a person who you've rooted yourself in more of the metaphysical. You got a bunch of shit on your plate metaphysically, and then you want to outsource a lot of the physical shit. And then wonder why you get the results you do. So maybe it's just kind of a testament to how you need to switch sides. They need to orient themselves more to the metaphysical ideas of life, the esoteric, and you need to get more grounded in the physical. Just do more physically, right? You want something done, you got to do it yourself, bro. Then you won't have to complain, and then you get the opportunity to say, "I did it myself."
Yeah, I mean, on some level, that's partly true, but I mean, shit's got to get done, and it's like,
well, then
like
I guess
the
you got to
higher
come to
level
a place
shit.
of surrender and acceptance, right? Because now you're working with people who don't meet your standards.
Yeah, it's just disappointing, bro. I gotta do more things, and folks are constantly doing less or just being direct liabilities. But yeah.
Tammy's work experience is similar to mine. It's pretty much, we had to cycle through people because it just keeps happening. It just, I guess Pittsburgh's just the people who are kind of too weak to move the packages around. I don't know.
Right, but there might be somewhere, if he claims to be a leader and occupy a space of leadership, there might be a place where he's trying to lead the wrong way. He's not providing enough of something. He's not, inspiring to a certain standard that he wishes to keep. There might be some place. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying.
It's blood. It's family shit. It's blood. Like, so they
right. But again, so like, why I don't understand. Why does it even become a characterization? Oh, it's blood, as if that means anything. Like if you bring incompetent, incapable, bad faith people into your endeavors, then shit's gonna happen. It doesn't matter if they're fucking blood or not. Blood is not thicker than water. So I just don't fuck with them. Don't deal with them. Go to a different venue to draw on what you need from people who you align with and resonate with, blood or not.
I know. It's just exhausting, but I know this is
let's get down to it, Timmy, because you're beating around the bush. Your fucking woman over there has got some family that ain't pulling their weight, and it's disappointing you because she's probably fucking allowing it and won't speak on it. Am I on anything?
I mean, on some level, she was.
Look how good I am.
No. She wasn't at first. At first, you're on it. Now, at first, yes.
Right, you're exposing her fucking weakness too, and this is going to be part of the test and challenge. Is she's going to defer to her blood rather than you as a man in that household with the discernment and the understanding, and that's causing you to feel out of sorts.
Yeah, it's a tangled situation, right? Because on some level she agrees, but then on some level she is not a piece of shit that's just going to abandon folks. But
it's not about abandon. This is what these broads want to do. They want to appeal to emotion and false authority and characterize shit, maximize and minimize. That's gaslighting. It ain't abandoning. And abandon you. You betrayed yourself and the mission and what needs to be done. You're not fit for this organization. We'll meet you at dinner. You're not going to do work with me. Business and pleasure aside. That's why we don't shit where we eat. That's why you don't bring friends and family into business endeavors and doing work, because they think they could take liberties and special privileges. Go ask the guy who I used to work for, who you'd like to tell me all about putting all his buddies on and giving everyone opportunity, who later sunk the business. All your buddies and your families will be right there fucking you from the inside out because they think I can fuck them. I'm his friends and family. They're not going to run your business the way someone else will who sees it the way you do. So again, blood is not thicker than water, and just telling me that don't mean anything. If anything, it's something you and her got to look at about how you're conducting yourselves and your business and your life. Because you want to put these people in positions, and when they fail themselves and you want to play too well. They're a failure, but also we love them. Sometimes you got to love them from a distance. That ain't abandoning them.
What do the Mexicans do right that we do wrong then? I'm wondering how they bring their families on that do pretty well. Why are they doing
right? What do the Mexicans do to be like general and invoke the racism? I don't mind. Let's play. What do the Mexicans do that everyone else doesn't? Leave their fucking feelings at the door. Ask my buddy Ramiro, who's as Mexican as they get. The guy shows up at a basket of prickly pear fucking fruit with seeds in it and eats it like it's candy. I don't know what I go, bro, there's seeds all in this. He goes, yeah, it's great. I go, okay. He's hardcore Mexican. His feelings don't come into the decision of whether he's going to rise or fall or not. He applies himself, he gets results, he alters the plan, and he moves better. So he will always be successful in every venue. The only venue he's going to have some issues with at times, of course, is the interaction with the woman at home, like we all will. That's one of a successful man's biggest issues and challenges at times is the woman next to him. Right. So there's times where we can meet middle ground because a woman may have some intuition. We may have to embody a more feminine state of consciousness, so to speak. And there's times where a goofy bitch is going to get in her ego and try to appeal to false authority and false emotions. She gets checked or she's got to go too. And she could take her loser failure family with her. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that was the biggest struggle I had in my first and only marriage. You know, I let her linger around her family too long. And I personally believe that if you're going to marry a woman, that woman should be willing to go and start a family with you, like brand new. And, you know, because when she starts leaning on her family, you get cornered as a man, you know, especially when you don't have.
I don't.
Well,
and if I do, when I get cornered, I get nervous. When I get nervous, I tell the truth. All the better. Honesty's the best policy.
Well,
I don't feel backed in or cornered at all. I feel like it's time to shine. I was waiting for this opportunity. I already knew it was coming.
I started getting very vocal about, you know, my position, and they didn't like it. So, you know, that's where we parted ways.
That's it, bro. At some point, the woman has to establish that the reason she's fucking with you is because her family already dropped the ball on some level. Unless they got the program, the blueprint, the answer, unless they took her to a place she's never been before other than trauma and abuse and abandonment or lack of communication, which is most of these broads running around here, we got nothing to talk about. So you're going to leave them where you got them, right? Love them from a distance, and we're going to start our own replication of a home, and it's going to be under its own law, universal law, not under their bullshit old ways and old law that caused us to be in the situation we were in before we got in alignment and got right. Let's be really clear. And that's the difference between establishing how much of these relationships are built on trauma and past old bad ways that don't work, and how many of them are real true love moving out of that shit and breaking generational curses and bonds. That's where we're at. It's going to take a motherfucker discernment, heart, and balls to get it done.
I'm not talking about
program and a plan.
You know, and I'm not talking about ripping a woman away from her family.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said the majority of these bitches you talk to, when you ask them about their mommy and daddy, they'll be the first ones to tell you they ain't shit. And when you look at them, they don't have shit, and they've never done shit. And all they've ever done is give their power away to misleaders and claim some status and position. That's the majority of them. So, sorry, honor your mother and father. The best way you can honor your mother and father, like scripture says, is being as good or better than them. Let's get on it. I didn't tell you to abandon them. I told you to be something better than them, to cause them to rise to the occasion and do better and be better for themselves. That's the absence of narcissism and egotism. That's pragmaticism. That's ultimately as practical as you could get.
I'm just fucking bitter because I've been, for the past 3 years, standing with them for their rights and freedoms for 3 fucking years, protecting their property and their rights, knowing law, even over here. And
they don't give a fuck, Timmy. They're worldly infidels. You didn't make them no money. Honey, you didn't make them no money. Like they say over there in the Philippines where you're at. You give me no money, honey. And even if you gave them that and made them that, they'd have another reason to be unthankful and grateful and turn against you. That's the ways of the world and the infidel. You didn't read the story of the Christ of being and Christ of consciousness?
We got shiny silver rocks. That should be good enough, right?
See, what you thought you were doing for them, they didn't see it the same way. That's what you're going to have to learn in this life. That's one of the painful reconciliations. That while you're trying to lead, guide, and protect and save them from themselves, like Captain Save-A-Ho, they want to be pimped on. They want to be hoes. They resent you. The fuck out of here. Get out of here with that square shit. You want to talk honorability, virtuousness, presentment? Nah, we're good hoes. We're pimping for the state of. They resent you.
It's just exhausting. You look at history and you see like it's the thing that seemed to be the only thing that helped motherfuckers survive was their families. Like in the old neighborhoods, like all that shit, motherfuckers had 9, 10 brothers and sisters. And
Timmy, we're right here, bro. We're right here, bro. We're right here. This is your family, right? On some level, this thing of ours. Am I not Don Paulione? Do we not have common bonds? Do we not meet here 500 days straight? Do we not talk about everything and anything about ourselves in our life? Are you not perceiving of what's happening? Did you not read the scripture where it said, I come to bring peace, I come to bring division? A son will be divided from his father, a daughter from her mother, brother from sister. Hello? I'm not culting right now. I'm speaking into your spirit, the truth that's been there from the beginning of time. Do you resonate with it? Do you understand what's taking place here? Do you understand why it's happening and where it goes? So if you want family and you want people to do whatever with, then maybe you need to start coming here and asking these motherfuckers down there what they want to be a part of and what they can bring to your table. Stop going to old wells to draw from old water that's already stagnant. Holler if you hear me. There's nothing but space and opportunity in this big world. The world is full of good people. If you can't find one, be one. Maybe another one will show up to meet you.
Yeah, that's facts, though. I'll give you that. It's just exhausting. That's all.
You want to cry about it with me, bro? We can cry about it.
Nah, that's good.
I've cried in the past. Man is not a man if you don't cry.
Nah, that's all right. I'll even go on camera. But it's good.
No, I don't feel like crying today. Go
ahead and lean on me, Timmy. Lean on my shoulder a little bit right here. This shoulder right here for you.
Papa.
Just because you have
Timmy, come to me
with your chick, don't mean she come from I'm not saying in his case only. I'm just saying overall, in general. Like, say you and your chick we going through an argument. That don't mean she come from a bad household or a bad place. Just
I didn't say that.
I know.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying that oftentimes these disagreements come from old patterns, old ways, in an old home that didn't work and isn't working now.
Agree. Because your dad is your first. Well, in women's case, your dad is your first love, and you're supposed to take heed, get the guidance, and be able to listen to a man when he's speaking. And if you can't do that or take proper, just taking heed to whenever I'm speaking to you, I'm speaking into you, speaking life. I'm not gonna say anything that's gonna hurt you or put you in a bad position.
But that's the responsibility of the man with that woman to point out, not from a narcissistic gaslighting place. That's what they'll say I do. To point out, hey, didn't you tell me this about your daddy and all this, and this? Right. Stop projecting onto me that I'm here to mislead you, misguide you, abuse you, not protect you. You got to let that go. The whole point I've been brought into your life potentially is to lead you out of that shit to a new place. Maybe you haven't been before. We're back to pimping. Hello? Proper instruction motivates people. So you can't come to me as a woman and say, my daddy ain't shit, and then project all of his failings and inadequacies onto me and start arguments with me over a representation of him, which is what so oftentimes goes on. Right? If you think that people don't attract who and what they are or what they're in need of, that seems to be the case. And oftentimes the reflection of self is met with resistance or the reflection of where you come out of. Right? So it takes a keen eye and discerning being to be able to point out where you're failing or where there's a failure in the system because someone's holding an adequate mapping of what's going on that they got somewhere else.
And that's why it's important to be whole when you showing up in a relationship or any dynamic.
Let me just clear the narrative for a second. A guy down there is saying Timmy got played by some foreigner slaves and the reality just started to hit him.
Here we go.
Nah, that's not what happened. I'll go a little broader. Basically, it's not Lou. It's not my bitch is not in line. That's not what it is.
Here we go.
She's on the correct side.
Timmy, do you want me to have Vito get your woman in line? She's embarrassing the family. At my wedding.
Ride. Get in the car, honey.
He's giving you the Fredo treatment now. Fredo can't keep his woman in line. He's embarrassing the family.
He's fucking 2 cocktail waitresses at a time. But no, just to clear the narrative, I didn't get played by no foreigner slaves. Somebody in the family is at a fucking whisper is ready to try to hem me up, making some false claims and shit on and like at a whisper, not even a threat, like a whisper, and just totally that's it. So I don't want to really say much more than that.
Are you saying you have Officer Snaps as a cousin or something? You married into that family?
He's obsessed with Snaps, this kid. Can't let it go.
No, I pretend to be, but I kind of don't care.
All right. We're doing the I don't care thing. What are you saying, Emmanuel?
No, when you look at the more older cultures, because America, the whole Western side of civilization is pretty new compared to the other rest of the world. they got it kind of figured out. You know, they started covering up their women. They started arranging marriages for their kids because they knew with time that shit gets fucked up when it gets a little loose in morals, so to speak.
Right,
So,
but you're going the other way, bro, and then you're mischaracterizing. Yeah. There's a lot of women who choose to wear that covering because they're tired of getting hit on by a bunch of beta males. We're back to pimping. Second rule of pimping on the ground is you're running with the guy who you're in the stable of, and you got no business entertaining the rest of these clowns on the street. You keep your head walking straight because you know where it's going to get you, not because I told you, because you've already experienced with them.
Right, and that's why the older women of the younger generation now in those Eastern cultures tell the younger women, cover yourselves up. This ain't like, you know, it's not like the Eastern parts of the Western parts of the world where, you know, shit goes awry.
Right, because they know what's liable to happen is they're going to trigger the part of a man that's going to make them lust after him, and they're going to come with nothing after the fact. Right, it's not that the lust is bad; it's the first form of attraction. You could argue. The problem is you don't get to know a motherfucker's heart and intention if you're caught up in the worldly, on the ground shit. And the physicality. So, you know, again, this is just common sense and common ethic where if you show it around like that, you're going to get attention like that. And then you're going to wind up getting fucked and having a baby by a guy who ain't shit. So now you got to carry his genetics and his responsibilities and obligations. You know, it's perfectly fine to be lustful, I guess, on some level with honorable men who you don't mind laying down with, having a baby with, and could see yourself going, well, he's that, right? That baby is from him and he's that. Woman has to see it that way. If she doesn't, she's going to lose respect for herself and that man and all men in general because she's going to project that all men are the same thing because they all lust for women.
Yeah, also like Emmanuel. In what Western culture, in what like, it's very bizarre to me how in the West, your in-laws from the other side will come and visit your new baby's birth, which is something I personally experienced. I'm like, this in other cultures does not happen, you know, because you're not getting with a woman that has a previous marriage and children with another. You know, it's like, how the hell does this happen? It happens because there isn't a structure. There isn't, we're not following the book, so to speak. We're just kind of making it up as we go along.
But you're taking it the whole other way. Like, I see it over here. Like it's the dichotomy over here is Confucianism versus the Tao stuff. Because the Confucianist is like what you're talking about in the Middle East, where it's like super feudal. The man
filial piety is what they call it in Confucianism. It's basically that patriarchy from a domineering sense.
Yeah, and it's a disaster because these folks have completely lost the actual reason for why they should be qualified as a leader. Like, call it what you want to call it, collectivism, I don't know, laziness, or like whatever it is. That essence, the core essence, has been lost, and so it's purely facade. It's purely for show.
Right. It's again the false power structure. It's a power structure kept in place with domination for folks who are not worthy of the position.
Yeah, you're describing a symptom of this age. That's what it is.
That's the point. That's the point. You got a bunch of misleaders who want to keep their position not by righteousness and being chosen, but by choosing themselves over and over again. That's the mommy and daddy syndrome. Well, do as I say, not as I do. No child respects that, and no child's going to follow that. So the Tao, the way to the way, you could argue even Christ did being this, is show, don't tell, right? It's not rules for thee, it's rules for me. By abiding to my own rules that I set for me, I'm an example for the others. It doesn't require force and domination. It doesn't require hierarchy. The being is worthy and chosen. That's the difference between a philosopher God king and a corrupt king.
So that's why they set up this democracy shit here in America.
Like absolutely. Because democracy is mob rule. And one thing the beta males are good at is convincing the mob that they're real men. Look at me. I'm Donnie Trump and Joey. We're real men. Vote for us. And Pimp Unslaved gets dragged off to a prison because he's a sob-sit terrorist. That's the game. While Trump sells $7,000 shoes and shirts that say never surrender, but he surrendered to a local court and acted like a bitch and hired an attorney to talk for him, just like Alex Jones and the rest of you truth movement fake-ass motherfuckers of all colors do every single time that I don't do. And you don't listen to me. You don't do what I do. You don't walk out of court with dollar bond that is unpaid with no signature. And then you go, how does he do it? Who's he ratting on? Maybe I'm just not you. Maybe I'm walking with God. Maybe I won't comply. Maybe I don't need to cooperate because that's a commercial term. Maybe I stand on business. Maybe they know what the fuck I'm saying is real and true beyond your lie that you're living every day, convincing the rest of us it is true while it gets you horrible results. Just maybe something else is going on here. I don't know. We'll have to see. Long game it and then you can decide because it ain't over yet. It ain't over till the fat lady sings like the Castro's case on the bench. They might 180 my ass any day now. Stranger things have happened. So I'm not getting out of my position too big for my britches neither. I'm just talking on my experience so far. Okay. And I'm seeing a lot of other people talk about my experience without talking about their own experience. And we've seen enough of their experience to know where the fuck it gets us every time. I might be presenting something a little bit new, a little bit different, unconventional, unorthodox. It may be very old in the way that it's presented or what it represents. It may be a way to the way to the way. Some might argue. I don't know if I'm going to be that objective. That's a tall claim to have to stand on, but I've done it before. I might do it again. Why does the infidel who lacks faith and understanding and presence and peace and clarity and forgiveness always get horrible results? Why does the guy, no matter how much he's persecuted and prosecuted, just stands on the truth with humbleness and humility and surrenders the rest, just keeps walking out, Teflon daddy? That's not ego and pride. That's an observance of a creational dynamic, just like they tell you in Lord of the Rings and all the rest of these goofy movies you go to pay and watch but don't live. Didn't the Gandalf creature, the gray one, give passage? Right? Isn't there always given passage in these movies to a motherfucker who's pure at heart and stands on the truth? Isn't that the whole point of Frodo, who's able to carry the ring while the rest of the Cretans clutch for it and can't use it? Even Frodo himself, when he uses the Ring of Power, starts to lose himself a little bit. So he's got to be very careful when he puts it on and has to take it off. So they give you the game over and over again, right? On the way to Mordor, right? The journey to Zion, you could argue, you're given safe passage by the same demons who would tear you apart because there's something bigger going on here. They're under a covenant, just like we are. The demon only has as much power as God gives it. You think God's going to give enough power to a demon to hurt one of its people? No. You better get under the proper umbrella and under the proper system and comport yourself properly so you can have that grace, that mercy, that protection, that forgiveness, and you better extend the same. And if not, you're going to be dealt with like a slave, like an infidel, like a Luciferian scum of this world who serves their master, child of the lie. They never lied to you once. You've all misinterpreted scripture, and you've all fell in with Barabbas and the collective, the majority of you. Let's be clear about it. How do I know? Because I look into me in my past life, and I see it's all oneself. Can't get it over on me. That's the difference. They can't get it over on me from either side. The bullshit citizens who want to lie to themselves and me, or the court affiliates who want to lie to themselves and me. Can't get the bullshit over on me on either side, and that's why I'm an enemy, supposedly, to all sides. I stand on the truth, not on your thoughts, beliefs, feelings, what you want and don't want to be true. When you do the same, we're going to have a different world and access to a kingdom of heaven. If not, you're going to live hell on earth. You like it, I love it. Let's watch it burn. I'm out of here anyway. I'm living on borrowed time. I overdosed twice. I haven't done the drug since. Doesn't matter. It was only by the grace of God that I was brought back from that shit. I know it. I know it. Don't give a fuck what anyone else thinks and believes. The coincidences are ridiculous. So I'm here for a reason. This is my reason. You find yours. I don't see any other point in living in this motherfucker at this point without that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the vampire has to ask permission before he can step inside your door. Demons can only attack you if you allow them. Someone can only exert power over you if you are powerless.
How could a divine being ever be truly powerless unless they believe that and they're still not powerless? They just haven't accepted the gift of power they've been given.
Leanne had a lot to say in my chat, so I'm going to drop the link for her to hop on panel.
Well, yeah, I appreciate it lately, O'Shea. You know, went off on you a little bit earlier. Not too much. I just kind of questioned you, and it seems that maybe I misread it. It's possible. Nobody's perfect. So I give you the benefit of the doubt, but you brought a lot of conversation here, a lot of value lately. So I appreciate you for that. I respect you for that. I think that you're filling a role in a position many others could have, but wouldn't, because they were too busy getting in their own pride and ego and getting in their own way. And by proxy, getting in my way and everyone else's way. Instead of cooperating with the right people, they want to cooperate with the state. Instead of collaborating with real motherfuckers, they want to cooperate with the fake. The Tao says, many will mistake the false for the true and the true for false. We're living it. None of these scriptures have lied one time. They just haven't interpreted them, or they don't think there's any value to. Meanwhile, the eternal truth is right there to save us from ourselves. Great simulation. Great stuff. I love the game. Do we get to the Castro? Because we're coming up on the third hour. I got to end this at some point. I think that we had a pretty strong broadcast, pretty strong energy, good numbers. So, end on a high note. But first, I want to go to the Castro's phone call to Brian from High Impact about he needs another 20,000. The one thing that everyone could do for him is just give him more money to stand on rights and freedoms, to be a faithful person. Maybe you just do what the fuck is true and what's right because it's true and what's right. You ever thought of that? Godless motherfucker of no conscience and scruples. You ever thought of that? I did. Changed my life. Holler if you hear me. They'll tell me I'm preaching. I'm just speaking from the heart, stream of consciousness, talking on what the fuck I see and experience day in and day out. I didn't go to school for none of this. I don't think there is a school for none of this. If it was a school, it'd look a lot like this. Would that be a school anymore? No, it's an asylum. Okay, we're learning here. We're either students of life in a school of life, or we're mental patients in an asylum where the inmates are running the asylum. You choose. Let's see here.
Paul, I want to let you know that when I type in your StreamYard chat, it doesn't come up on your chat on your channel, but it does come up on my restream chat, which is strange. So I've exited the stream and come back and it didn't fix it.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, you know how it happens once you link to my shit, and this is like a testament to some folks who are real and about something. We have to figure out what that something is. But folks like Jaguar Riot, Mr. Ka Consciousness, for some reason, the spirit has called them to be here, and we seem to resonate, and we seem to be having the same experience and sharing the same inner space, the same energy, the same spirit. We're kindred spirits, right? So one thing they need to know about me is once you link to me, they start playing with you. And again, these are folks who they've already probably been doing that with. So it's nothing that I'm putting them up on game with. They're probably used to it. Tend to be that warriors for truth in this life are used to prosecution and persecution. It's just another day. So play the numbers games, play the algorithm games, play it all. Because I watch the number counter on my side. I see what it does.
Yeah, I would recommend email StreamYard to let them know we know.
No, it's not that, Hank. I'm in contact with legal teams behind the scenes. I put them on notice every few months. I let them know, bro, we're not doing this again. We know what you're up to. You know it because you backed off many times and you've even copped to it in certain ways. They know who's in the right. They just like to play their games. And they got one with me, right? I'm a player, not a deceiver, not a hustler in a negative sense, but I'm willing to play. So they can come at me sideways every few weeks, every few minutes, every few months, and I'm going to check them and get them back in line like I always do. But again, you can't completely stop them from playing with numbers and algorithms and all the rest of it. That's their game. That's how they try to cast doubt. That's how they try to deflect and disempower and demean. That's how they try to divert the time, energy, attention, because most folks think that where all the numbers are is where all the power and value is. So if they can skew the numbers, they can skew people's perspective on where to go for the power and the value. I know their game. That's fine. We're rolling a boulder uphill. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, the numbers are just nerd shit. No one cares about them except for nerds. So
again, attention most time today is the value and the currency of the valueless. So oftentimes we're all, whether they're skewed numbers or not, oftentimes where all the numbers, energy, and attention goes, and even money, is where the value is not. Right? The kingdom of heaven is few, the gate is narrow. That's been like that from the beginning of time. The masses didn't choose the Christed consciousness and Christed beingness. They chose Barabbas and the rest of the rabble scum, the collective. This is not a new dynamic. So, again, even if I had access to all the people of the world, don't think that I wouldn't have more than a few hundred, few thousand, few 100,000 folks who are part of what I do here. Because the rest of them have already turned their soul over to the ways of the world, just like their friends and family and their coworkers. We know that. They will rebuke me at any time, place, and setting if they're able to. All right, let's get to the DeCastro situation because I just love it.
Before I play this call from Chile from the Clark
By the
County
way,
Detention-
I'm sorry I had to do this. This is how I made myself so unpopular in life. I'm sorry that everyone that I had to deal with had to show themselves and then put me in a position of having to speak on it and look like I'm a person who's unthankful and ungrateful and hating and burning bridges. That's not who and what I am. That's not what I do. I'll work with anybody as long as it's a means to a proper end. So when you expose yourself as lying, cheating, grifting, money hungry, worldly, infidel slaves who will cast me out because I speak and live a truth that you're not ready to buck up to, I got to call you out. I don't like it any more than you do. I'm just in that position at this point, right? I have to be judge, jury, and executioner, and I got to do my own hits, even if it causes me to lose out on numbers and money, right? That's the code of honor in any venue. If I got to do a hit on you and take you out of position, what's true and what's right, you violated the code. You knew that. So if we're men of honor, you knew the guy you brought in is going to be the same guy to do the hit on you because you didn't live up to the code. And he don't like it any more than you do, but what's got to be done's got to be done. You know? So if anything, I love when you guys do this with me because it just only serves as a testimony to my credibility and integrity, right? And that's all I'm in this for, life or even this venue, because one carries into the other, not the other way around.
Center. I just want to say over the years, Chile has done a tremendous amount for the community. If somebody needed help, he did a live stream, he did a donation drive, he did a fundraiser for them, and he raised a lot of money for a lot of people and helped out a lot. So I think it's time.
You don't know that. You're just saying shit because he told you to say it. There's a whole bunch of people out there, as far as I've been told, who got a list of things this motherfucker's done and not done that's caused them loss. He's swindled people out of money. There's equal amount of people out there making that claim. So you're just going to stand objectively on something you don't even know about. You don't live with this motherfucker. You're not with him day to day. You don't know what the fuck he does and doesn't do. He's made a lot of money. He's helped a lot of people. Right. That's the same thing they say about Klaus Schwab and Billy and all the rest. He's made a lot of money. He's helped a lot of people. What the fuck else has he done that you don't know about or aren't willing to cop to? Cut the games. Give a fuck if you have me up there or not. First of all, Brian won't talk to me no more because he posted my video and his audience gave him a bad response. So he cut me the fuck out because I became another loose cannon in a venue, another liability for the truth. Whatever. I'll take that every time. Take that hit every fucking time. But now you made an enemy out of me and the truth. And now I got to speak on you and your character. I was probably going to do it anyway. That's why you distanced yourself from me. You saw it was coming. These motherfuckers know what's up. Right? So, let's just tell the whole story. Tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, or shut the fuck up. Because the reality of it is, when I got locked up and I was ahead of a movement, all the motherfuckers you guys were hitting up to talk about this shit because I was living it and you weren't, I didn't get no money from nobody. You know who gave me fucking contributions and value? These fucking people. Right? Limited amount of my, I didn't even need that. It wasn't time for that. Once it's time to go sit down, it's not time to talk money from the outside world. It's time to get your fucking freak on, like a lot of you beta males like to do because you love to get fucked, right? Or it's time to get your hustle on, depending on what type of person you are. Time to do some push-ups and sit-ups and dips. Time to start making some movements with some fucking soups and the rest of it, 2-for-1s. Start putting some fucking product out on the streets in the prison, right? Get your hustle on or get your freak on, whatever kind of person or man you are. Right. So you want to sit in jail and whine and cry, tell people to give you $20K when this boy, the white boy, had to go to jail over and over again. Nobody gave me nothing from your funds, your activism funds, and all the rest of the shit you do in public that you got to pay tax on. No, it was private motherfuckers from this audience and this community that backed me. And I didn't have to ask for shit. See, real motherfuckers do real things, and real eyes realize the real lies. Real recognize real. This is all bottom line street conscious understanding, streetwise spirituality. Ka's out of here. Someone else is out of here. Brian O'Shea's out of here. I'm doing a lot of talking. I'm fired up. I'm in my groove, and people are dropping like flies. That's okay. I don't blame you. I got to speak my piece on this. I got firsthand experience with this. I got behind the scenes communications with these motherfuckers, and I'm sick and tired of all their games. I have been since I come on here and before I came on here. It's part of the reason I do what the fuck I do.
That we turn around and help Chile out. The long and the short of it is this judge right here, Ann Zimmerman, put Chili in jail for 180 days. He committed no crime, left no victim, broke no law. The cop lied on the
Walked
stand
into
and
their
yet
venue,
still without any evidence
Submitted
that
to their
he committed any
jurisdiction, said, I
wrongdoing,
hate all
put him in
pigs and
jail for
cops,
180 days. That's why he's in the Clark County
broke the
detention
code.
facility. There
You
is a
understand there's code
GoFundMe
and
that
law. They're
Chili
dual
set up about a
jurisdiction.
week ago so that we could all pitch in and
You're
help
victiming. You're appealing to false authority and emotion.
this fund right
You're
now.
acting like money's going to buy us
I'll
out
leave
of this.
this
It's
link in the
not.
description and
If
in
you
the
would have
pinned
did what's true and
comment.
what's
If it
right, you might have
does
got a different
disappear from the
result.
pinned comment,
You
which
acted
it
like a
often
fool
does,
and didn't return everyone's investment already, and now we should give you
pitch in
more.
something, we can get him a better lawyer.
I'm not giving him
Here's a
shit.
call from Chili.
He didn't give me shit. Money's not going to get us out of this. Crying on the phone's not going to get you out of this.
Please hang up and follow facility
Fronting in lion's not going to get you out of this. Stunting at court's not going to get you out of this.
Hello?
Hey, Brian.
Hey,
Brian,
I thought you were
hey,
gonna
it's
call
me.
back
Hey, I'm in the
yesterday.
back room. Hey, I need another 20K. Hey, I'm standing for rights. Hey, but I didn't because I hired an attorney. Hey. Hey, I used my first call to get more money. Hey. Hey, what are you guys doing out there? It's been 20 hours. What's going on out there? I can't live stream. You got money for me? What's up?
You gotta
My
stay
bitch is
on your
sucking black
bed
dick.
for 20
What?
hours?
My bitch is over at Consciousness' house sucking his dick because he didn't show up to court like a clown. What? Hold on, I gotta whisper. Hold on. What? My woman sucking black dick?
Holy cow.
What? Oh yeah, you got any more money? What about Charlie the dog? Who's gonna bring Charlie the dog food?
Well, how are they treating you besides being on lockdown and on your bed for 20 hours? Are you eating okay, drinking water? Yeah, I'm recording right now. What do you want the audience?
Oh man, they're telling me down there that Chile de Castro he's got his legal funds almost at 15,000 right now. Paulie Boy's hating because I think it's ridiculous that you guys are going to give this guy 20,000 within 24 hours for a legal fund so he can hire more of the state actors to defend him, leave him unable to fend for himself, and take his rights and give them more money. And he can go and take the rest of the 15,000 and put it on his fucking car house note. Right? Because that's about rights and freedom and principles, and that's about honorability and common law and universal law, and that's about dual jurisdiction and all the rest of the facts. No, it's not. So, again, then they'll say I'm grifting. Hundreds of fucking hours, thousands of hours a year, 7 days a week, over 500 days straight, working in the private as well, standing for the shit, living for it, showing up at court if necessary, at times volunteering to put shit on record. Never once in that fucking equation did it require 20,000. Now, value has come through, but it wasn't asked for, nor was it needed to do what was true and what's right.
Let's look at it positive. He's going to do he's got 6 months to collect all that grifting money to pay off some bills that are probably due because he lives in a really nice house, right? Like,
when does it end, Emmanuel? When does it end? When does he stop getting arrested now and acting up at court so he can get another 20K to pay off his debt because he lives outside of his means?
Who knows?
The answer is it won't. So just keep doing it. Keep enabling folks to have less and do less and be less. Embarrass everybody. Not stand for what the fuck they speak on the ground. When they get to court, they want to be nice little boys who also act out and play games, get horrible results, and then say, well, it's all okay because I got another 20,000. I can pay my fucking rent for a few weeks.
He's getting 20,000 votes to continue the nonsense.
Right. And this is exactly my point. This is what the truth community, like every other community, has become. A gladiatorial arena with a bunch of grandiose folks who set an image of being a legend in their own mind so high enough they can't even attain it with their lack of ability and comprehension, and wind up embarrassing themselves and everyone else, not completing the task, not being competent and capable, not managing their affairs ahead of time. All the rest of it. It's a glaring, emblematic example of all the problems we have with men and women nowadays. They're far from solutions based and oriented. They don't have it. It's not there. You got a bunch of world wrestling characters on a stage right now who are just waiting for the next bag. This whole thing's become one big fucking performance for all these people. One big show, one big game, one big circus. It's beyond embarrassing. I can't wait till they shut this society down, cut this grid down, blame it on an eclipse, put you all into centralized digital currency, and you can all fight over the little cat coins every day on who's the best performer that don't live their information. I can't fucking wait. I won't like it, but the sadistic, morbid, dark side of me can't fucking wait for you folks to get exactly what the fuck you're calling and summoning in, whether you know it or not.
Oh, supposedly the Jewish Messiah is coming. They got that ramp ready to slaughter them heifers.
I got Trenton Beavers back here. Trenton Beavers, how are you?
How are you, my guy? I just want to say.
Doing well. You're not up to anything. I don't think you're up to anything.
No. I was just fucking with Brian O'Shea a little bit. But I was just joking with him. How y'all doing?
I'm doing well.
That's good.
All right, let me get back to the Castro situation. I got to wrap up soon.
So no, you're live. Go ahead.
I'm gonna be okay. Help, but I need help. My business is predicated on me going live for a couple hours every day. And so a year ago, I set up a GoFundMe. It's on my community tab. You can find it, Brian. And the appellate attorney is $25,000. And so I need help. You know, I gotta keep my composure in here because you can't imagine the.
Because Jamal's going to fuck you. You better keep your composure in there, because if they look over and see you whining and crying on that phone to Brian for another $20,000 for that 10,000 square foot condo, Jamal might think that you're soft and sweet. He might want a little bit of your asshole. Excuse me. I don't want to trigger. It's a family broadcast. But you know why you got to fucking, if you're going to whisper and cry on that phone, you know why you got to keep your composure in there. You start really breaking down and crying like a bitch, forgetting what the fuck we all know is coming. And that fucking bunkie who hasn't had a lot of love in a while, he might start seeing you as the same thing I might start seeing you as, one of them bitches. He might want to mount you for some pleasure. He might want to get a piece of that $20,000 fundraiser too. Jamal hadn't eaten in a while. He'd been going through the struggle back there. He might be doing years back there with nothing. When he sees your soft lily white ass come up in there with 20,000 worth of honey buns from that fundraiser, he might not want to only take your cheeks. He might want some of them snacks. I mean, can you blame him? He thought you were a bitch.
The rules that you don't know that you do something and all of a sudden you're breaking a rule. Not only is the card telling you, but everybody's telling you. And
donate now to an infidel slave in prison.
He's got to make sure he's the first one to donate too.
All these guys are about. They just be clear, folks. Whether you want to accept it or not, these folks have me up on their stages, on their platforms. They want to turn Paulie into a business partner with them. What they don't know is God's grace and blessings and the people are better than all that. See, you thought I was going to trick myself out of my true value and power, otherworldly, that translated into worldly value by grifting and being business partners for 15, 20K. If you only knew how this blessing worked behind the scenes, if you only knew, you sold yourself short. So you think I'm hating? I'm jealous? Oh, I got nothing to be jealous and hate about. If you only knew. So I'll just leave it there, right? You fucking sold your souls like the cheap hoes that you are for another 10, 15, 20K. Where's that going to take you over 5 and 10 years? Nowhere. So you better make that shit last. You better be able to draw from that well every few months or so when you need it. If not, you got a big problem.
Well, it's only
I don't
a matter
have
of
that
time.
problem.
It's only a matter of time for him before this information gets through the grade. Some mate got a celly up in there, and he's tapped into the info and finds out that Chili De Castro's cheeks are pretty sweet.
Oh man, listen, bro. Anybody can get touched. Anything can happen to anybody, anytime, me included. I'm not trying to bring this to an egocentric, prideful perspective. I'm just talking. You got a lot of folks making a lot of money. They think, right, and a lot of them too. They have got to millions off this shit. off of selling the people a dream with information they ain't living. I don't appreciate that. This audience don't appreciate that. The God of creation and your conscience don't appreciate that. So I got to be the best online metaversal daddy and call us all back to proper instruction to motivate people to do what's true and what's right and cut the fucking games. It's embarrassing. And if you can't get to it like that, or you got to too much and you can't move it and make it into something more, you got no business in these high rises and big places. You better scale down. You know, scale it the fuck down. Go to the trailer, right? Go get yourself 800 square feet paid off, debt free. Go be able to put the rest of your time, energy, attention back into your life's work. So you don't have to beg motherfuckers to be who the fuck you're born to be for a paycheck. Hello? I thought that was the point of this. That's why we don't have the same problems. And that's why you want to talk to me privately and ask me why I don't do what you do. I don't want your results. They just can't figure that out. They really thought I was lying and hating and being jealous and envious. No, if that was the case, I just do business with you. You try to make me a business partner. I did good business, so you broke bad. Because I'm not willing to lie to the audience to make a profit. You are. I won't fuck with people like that. Nor should I. I guess my daddy did something right. You know, I can hate on him here at times. I could call out where that's not hating. I can call out where he's falling short and be critical. He must have done something right because he taught me on some level, be ethical, be honorable, do good business, and leave money on the table if it's doing bad business with bad people for the wrong reasons. If you can't retain your dignity and your reputation and your integrity, then it's not worth it. There's a price and a final cost. Reputation takes a lifetime to build, could be destroyed in seconds. We have to understand that.
I've watched a lot of his interactions over, you know, the past year and shit. And a lot of them are just straight up, you know, he's bordering on going into dishonor. You know, it's just let the people do what they, you know, if they don't know that their rights and freedoms are being trampled on, then, you know, ignorance of the law is not excuse. And
Wait, you mean they should just do what's true and what's right because it's true and it's right? And if the people really believe in themselves and them and the information and the results, then they'll just contribute and you won't have to fucking beg and start fundraisers and cry on the phone, fake cry on the phone for sympathy? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it goes along those lines.
Wow. Shocking. Groundbreaking. It's almost like you're telling my story there. Great stuff. It's almost like we're the same person on the highest level.
Truck. It was 6 guys in a row, and you're sitting on one side, and the other side there's 6 guys, on the other side there's a metal sheet between two different groups of men, and I'm really claustrophobic and I had to go through it, but I got through it. Now I'm eating my claustrophobia. Just slowly, surely beating it.
There you go again. Claustrophobic. Well, when you're used to that 10,000 square feet apartment that you can't pay for every month, that you're in debt for who knows how much that I told you about years ago, then you start getting claustrophobic when you get that activist treatment. Activists, I don't know if you know the history, right? Tupac was an activist. You know, Gandhi, they say, was an activist. Jeebus was an activist. Activist treatment is you get a small cell for yourself in a bed. You get to commune with God. You get to reform yourself. Cultivate faith and inspiration, and you get to minister to the other folks through the bars around you. That's your position as an activist.
Political prisoner is also a title that comes with activist. Carry on.
Listen, man, this is a replay. This isn't live. Then we're not going to see it here now. What do I need to make a 50-cent donation? I got a big fucking mouth, and I got folks who cross platforms, and they hear me, and they know what the fucking truth is. This is better than a 50-cent donation. I opened up on everyone, gave them both barrels, talked nothing but the truth, showed them for who and what they are. I did it again. Did the only thing that I'm known for on this motherfucker, which is being real and true and authentic and accountable and surrendering in faith and dealing with the consequences over and over again. So I'm going to do it in every venue. I don't need to leave them a fucking donation and a note. This is my note, Sicilian message. You already cast me out anyway. You already fucking play games with me anyway, try to lie to me anyway, insult my intelligence. You should have never done that anyway, privately. So once you do all that, disrespect me and the truth enough, and this fucking audience, this ain't my audience, your audience, this is the audience. Once you disrespect the audience and this audience, and I got anything to do with it, we're riding now. We're riding on original principles. So you already got your notice. Stay the fuck away from me. Don't talk to me. Don't try to deal with me on fake terms. You want to walk in truth? You want to walk in the way? You want to make a change in this motherfucker by changing yourself and living your information? I'm your guy. If not, you want to play and lie and see how far you can grift? I'm your guy. Either way, you got one with me. You got the right one with me. Demon hand, Buddha heart, like your boy the monk says. You got the right one with me. That's all I need to tell you, and you should have known that when you first met me. Obviously, you were confused about who and what I am and what I'm doing. No, you just thought you were going to play me. You just thought that I was like you and I was subject to the fucking money and the glitz and the glamour and the numbers. No, you got that wrong. And I'm proud of that in a sense. It's pride go up before the fall. I won't even say I'm proud. That's what makes me or breaks me as a man. How about that? That's my ethic. That's my honorability. That's my principles. That's my value system. If I don't have that, I don't have nothing.
Yes, if you don't know, now you know.
I feel like I'm trying to guess what the audience might ask you if they had a chance. So I'm going to try to step into that role. But what would you have done in your trial? What would you have done different? What mistakes do you feel like you made that the attorney made, and what would you have done different?
Well, I made all the mistakes in the world. I constantly teach people that when you go in front of the judge, you have to be humble. You have to be respectful to all the court employees. I broke all my own rules. I broke other rules I knew, and I screwed it up. You know, I mean, granted, my attorney didn't put on a very good case for sure. I don't think he was very well prepared. He didn't break down video properly. Their video didn't break down my video properly. But I had a big dust up with the bailiff before it began. 5 minutes of me and I fight back and forth, and he went to the back.
Take us through that. What began that little confrontation with the bailiff?
They had heard all the other cases, and I was the only one left. It was me and just a couple people in the back who were supporters that came, and one troll sitting in the back. And the bailiff walked up to me and stood over the top of me. I was on a bench all alone. I had my leg up on the bench. He said, "Take your leg down on the bench." I was going to say, "Why?" That's not how you sit in court. I said, "Dude, don't give me directives. There's nobody else on the bench but me." I said, "Take your leg down now." I said, "No, I'm not going to do it. Is there a code or statute or rule or law that take my leg down?" And he said, "I'm going to call my sergeant over here." And he called over another woman. She said, "Take your leg down." And I said, "No, just directing me around, demanding me around."
Yeah, because you're passive aggressive. You're not resolute. You don't really want resolution. You want to be set up to be victimized so you can play the victim and have a false power dynamic. You don't think they smell it all over you just like I do? I smell it all over you people from day one, that passive aggressive shit. So you want to come to court, submit jurisdiction, and put your feet up like you're at the coffee table at your house in your condo. And they're going to tell you, cut it out, bro, because we've seen it all before. We know who and what you are. We smell it coming off you just like I do. Cut the passive aggressive power games out, or we're going to check your bitch ass ego and pride here today. And they did. And that's all that happened. So stop fucking whining and crying and putting off obligations on the attorney who shouldn't have been speaking for you anyway. He's probably more of a man than you because he knows how to go in there, control his thoughts, emotions, and actions, and potentially get a result. You don't. That's why you hired him. Showing up like a child, trying to overtake a sense of authority there that you can't stand up to or equalize with. Foolishness, pride, ego. Keep putting your feet up and playing passive aggressive games, and they're going to give you everything you come for. And you can make a victim to all of Brian's audience and your own who are too gullible and naive and victimhood like themselves to do or be anything or hold people accountable. It's not going to work with me and motherfuckers like me here. You just embarrass yourself more and more. That's why you can't fuck with me. It's not that you all don't want to fuck with me. You can't, because it's a different level of conditions that you can't rise to. And you regularly embarrass yourselves because, again, you don't mind humiliating yourselves for a few extra fucking dollars. That's all it comes down to.
And then they went through this, and then the cop was then the rest of it just was as you would think, back and forth between the two bailiffs. Then the bailiffs went to the back, and they told the judge who had been married to a cop, Las Vegas Metro cop, exactly what had happened. And when she came out, she was just ice. And then she said, "I'm going to have you searched." And that triggered me again. What are you searching? Because I didn't have any recording devices on. You know, I know I've told
I was triggered.
recording devices, but she must have watched my video, knowing that I said that.
I was triggered. Yeah, they know you, bro. They tailor-made their pimping for you, and you fell right into the trap. You're so fucking ridiculous. You already got searched at the door. Why do you think I don't go to court, bitch-made slave? Because I'm not submitting my Fourth Amendment at the door. I'm not submitting to unlawful search and seizure without probable cause, and it always causes an issue. So I leave. You can't say I failed to present, failed to appear. I can't appear and disappear anyway. I'm not an apparition. You can't say I failed to present. I took my time, energy, attention down there to get your fucking court in line with the record as a friend of the court, and you want to get me to submit my Fourth Amendment at the door, you can fuck yourself along with any other treasonous traitor who wants to try to deprive me of my rights for color of law. Give a fuck what you think and feel about it and what you're going to write up either. How about that?
Yeah, it goes to show
you're-
it goes to show the efficacy behind his title of what is it?
Constitutional law scholar with a trifold. My trifold business requires that I get online and bullshit hundreds of thousands of people daily to get them to buy my horrible trifold product that gets me horrible results. Because I'm a broken, petulant child wannabe online with a bunch of other broken children and wannabes online. What else is new? So you already submitted your jurisdiction. It was over, bro. By the time you walked in there, they already had you stamped for approval. Bitch ass slave, we're going to run you around the room. And you fell right into it. If you're going to submit your jurisdiction at the door and you're going to let them search you, well, then when they say do it again, you better throw yourself on the mercy of the court. You better make them think that you are the victim you want to claim when you get in the back room and start crying to Brian. You better act like a victim then. I'm being oppressed. They want to search me again. Okay, because I'm in fear of my life. I'll let you search me again. Coercion, duress. If you're going to choose to suffer and you're going to choose to put yourself in their jurisdiction and you're going to choose to cry victim in the back, well, then you better present like that at court. Don't call the bailiff a pig. Don't put your feet up like it's the coffee table and your son, right? Jimmy Hollywood, everybody's favorite son. You're up on the coffee table doing a dance for daddy because you're going to overtake the authority in that house. It's not happening.
Doing a dance.
Okay? So you're not Jimmy Hollywood. You're not everybody's favorite son. You know, your bright smile and your well-to-do build doesn't impress anybody at court. They just look at you as a big douche. They think you're duplicitous, and they're going to get the bitch up out of you one way or the other. They already got it out of you when you submitted your rights to the door. It's over, bro. Sorry to tell you. I know you folks don't want to listen to a sob-sit terrorist weed smoker like me. You're too much better than me, like Zach Hubbard, comes to me and asks me to do his work, then turns around and says, I'm a fucking slave. I'm an inbred motherfucker. I just smoke weed. I'm a dummy from New York. Right. That's what you all think about me subconsciously. You think you're so much better than me. And the irony is I'm smarter than you. I'm more learned than you. I have more time, energy, attention. I care more than you. I get better results than you. And I don't make the claims you do. I don't come on here and say, I'm a constitutional law scholar and then hire some bitch ass slave in a suit to talk for me. No, I might be that. And I don't even claim that. You claim that and you didn't measure up, champ. Nowhere near it. So do better next time. Come with something different that isn't watered down, lukewarm, and weak like the rest of the shit I've seen from the legal lawful community and all the well-to-do white people and inauthentic corporate males who got all the answers for $500 but can't effectuate their own results on the ground and then tell me how to be a good slave. The fuck out of my face and everyone else's who understands what the fuck I'm saying. You're a clown.
Y'all better do your research.
Yeah, they better research themselves to find the God within themselves because they're doing a horrible performance, acting God-like with no results. It's a fucking Luciferian embarrassment.
Jesus, man. Yeah, you got the words. You can speak for sure.
And then I was triggered again. And then the prosecution put on their case. And then when I said, Michael, show my video and let's go over it, he said, no, I didn't put in evidence. I was triggered again. And those 3 triggers for me.
Just real quick, because it wasn't clear. You said that your attorney did not put your.
I'm another guy who doesn't understand Sun Tzu philosophy and the art of war from the beginning of time. I was triggered. Right, you want to come into court and be in control of the court, but you can't control yourself. So you want power over others, but haven't mastered yourself yet. That's why you lost. To learn how to win, you must first learn how to lose. In order to live, you must first kill off an aspect of self. So because you can't check your fucking emotions at court or in battle or anywhere else, your emotions we are undoing. I was triggered. So you're not a constitutional law scholar, because in order to be a scholar of anything that extends off self, you have to be a master of self first on some level, and you ain't that.
But like it's funny, he didn't even go there. I don't even think he did go in there to control the court. He just he was just going in there to prove that he was a victim like that.
I mean, the point is they want to walk into court and retain the status of king, but act like broken children. You don't retain the status of God King in any venue with your woman, with your child at court if you want to act like a broken bitch and make false claims and act out and be a grifter and say, I want to get arrested because I'm making money off it. Well, they're going to give you what you need then. This is great for your business, no? It hurts your heart, but it's great for your business. Why are you crying on the phone to what should be expected and inevitable? I'm confused. I think he's confused.
video into evidence?
That's right. That's right. I was so angry. My face flushed. I could feel the blood pressure in my head. Just
Yeah, you were having a fucking menstrual attack. You're going through menopause in your 40s. Your face got flushed. You got all in your feelers like a bitch. You started acting out, getting triggered.
and he said she already saw it.
'Cause we're there to do that at court, right?
You have to break it down. You go point, counterpoint, eagle theory.
Hey, you know what's great about this? I love the synchronicities and the hypocrisy. All you fuck slaves who have me up on your platform won't come over to my panels. We don't do panels. We're too good for panels. Panels are where you might get triggered. You'll be able to work on all the shit you can't control at court. Oh man, Pauly Boy was on it again. I told you guys for years, come to my panel, work on getting triggered. This way you can master yourself and your triggers. And when you show up at court, you won't act like a broken bitch and undo your honor and credibility. Oh, I was right again. I'm resurrecting 90s hip hop. I'm the bomb.
Anyone who's spent enough time in a courtroom should know, get out of your fucking feelers. Do not get angry.
Did I not say to this slave 2 years ago, like I did to all of them, check your fucking ego and feelers now, come to my panel also, practice that there, stop being too high and mighty important. No, they had other things to do, money to make, bullshit to run. Well, when the time came to use the skill that I work on here with other folks daily with myself and others, and I apply myself and I get different results at court, apparently, I'm able to present myself and control myself. Maybe you should have taken a page out of my book. But you were smarter than me, you were richer than me, you were better than me, you had it all. You didn't need to listen to the gorilla creature online doing asylum panels. Oops, you were wrong again. That's that pride and ego.
Yeah, you start getting angry. That's when they start subjecting you to the psyche valve by way of, making you do some type of anger management class.
Yeah, you're non-compos mentis. You're incompetent. You're incapable. You must be a ward of the court in the state because you're not in control of yourself and your affairs.
Yeah. And if you're stupid, you're going to go along with that ruse and they're going to deem you as non-compos mentis and proceed.
Triggers in a row, and I just got up there.
3 triggers in a row. Oh my God.
I totally screwed it up. On the stand, I did a terrible job. And you have to go in and you have to show deference, and you have to be polite, you have to be cordial to everybody because they're all one big unit. Those bailiffs work for her day in and day out, and she sees them as her protectors. And when I barked at them like a dog, they went back and said, "This guy's a piece of shit." And then the guards in here can't believe them in jail. They're like, "No way." And it's so strange. Guards know.
Right, it's so strange that Brian won't talk to me anymore or have me on his panel because I barked like a dog at Zach Hubbard on a panel, and his audience didn't like that. But Chile can admit what the fuck I said that I caught shit for, that he was barking like a dog and acting like a bitch and couldn't stand on the business when it came time to it. But Brian has no problem grifting with him as good business partners. He knows they'll bullshit and lie and present false strength, false humility, false humbleness just to get to their bigger point. That we're all oppressed, repressed, depressed, vote for Trump, QAnon, get all the paperwork, plead better, get an attorney, pay the slave tax, all the rest of it. You guys are infidel grifters. That's why we're oil and water, right? You guys are perfect for each other. Because even the humbleness and humility is false. You knew all that before you went in there. You just didn't give a fuck. And now that you got the 180, you want to use it to victim. You want to use it to create false bonds. Oh, I'm humble. I have humility. Oh, yeah, once you get caught, once you don't like the consequences, you didn't have it anywhere else till you got consequences. So it's more false presentment. You weren't humble with enough humility to come on these panels and work on yourself. You were too good for that. It's beyond pathetic how these guys pick and choose their bullshit principles and value systems. Throw certain people under the bus for doing what's true and what's right, then pad other people's egos and enable for what the fuck they do wrong over and over again and give them money for it. Beyond embarrassing.
Have you talked with your attorney about the statement that the prosecution made when she said, "Judge, we wouldn't be here today if he just followed the directives"?
I would venture to say that had the defendant just complied with the original order to not engage with the driver and to back up, we wouldn't be here.
And why your attorney didn't just go point by point and prove from the video that you followed both the directive to not talk to the driver and the directive to step back, because you fulfilled both directives. Now, did you fulfill his expectation of that last directive on how far to step back? He didn't even qualify how far.
He didn't give me a feet amount. I had no idea.
Right.
In my mind, so I I quoted Rodriguez versus United States. Rodriguez versus United States says that you cannot extend a stop for the driver or any other person unless there's reasonable articulable suspicion. Now, if my video had been played, I would have heard myself say that, and I would have gone into my legal theory. Look, I already identified myself as a member of the press. I already told them I'm a...
You're a fucking moron, and you won't listen to anything I or others have put down for you and shown you at court. Okay? So when you quoted the Supreme Court for where you get your law as a man, you established yourself as part of their legal system, dummy. So when you want to go to your special little legal code book and establish what some other man in a dress established for you, you think as law, and you want to quote that, you just put yourself in their purview, in their jurisdiction. Get a clue. Man doesn't get their law from Supreme Court. Man gets their law from God in their conscience, written in their heart. It's not on them or around them. On them or around them is conference with that. It is not that. So maybe you need to be more of a constitutional law scholar like you claim and uphold the law of God and truth, and stop citing other men's decisions and codes where you get your fucking law. Then you won't put yourself in their purview and jurisdiction and make them think you're one of them. Just like when you wear your goofy suit at court. They say, he's one of us. He's quoting our code. He's quoting the masters he thinks he has here in our system. He's dressing up like our people. He's calling himself one of us. You think you're such a grand expert and want to be like them, but you ain't like them, so you want to compete with them using their words and terms and their dress, and you just established you're one of them, so now they're going to fuck you. The whole point is limiting your liability through obligations and responsibilities. You can't be obliged to a responsibility. This guy's killing me. He's in and out with the face just to be seen. He's walking up and down the road. I got to let you go, bro. It's go somewhere else to be seen and not heard and walk around and distract me and all the rest of it. What's the point of that? What do you think? You're going to get some bitches by coming on and doing this on the camera? You think somebody's going to hit you up and get your DMs? What is that? You break. So yeah, man, just keep acting like you're all legal beagle experts. The Jack Trippers down at the Legal Beagle, putting on your goofy costumes just like them, saying you're one of them, appealing to their code, wondering why they fuck you. You just establish you're outside of their societies, outside of their purview, outside of their jurisdiction. You wouldn't have these fucking problems. But you won't listen to a dummy like me in order to accept that. You're too busy to appealing to institutionalized slaves and their cleverness. How foolish you are.
Constitutional law scholar. I'm a member of the press. I'm recording
I'm a constitutional law scholar. I'm a member of the press. I'm 5-1 entitlements. I'm one of you. Treat me like a slave.
Yeah, I didn't even see him challenge jurisdiction there.
Oh, my attorney was supposed to do that. The guy speaking for me was supposed to do all that. I'm a law scholar. I'm a press. I'm a poll. I'm a this. I'm a that. I'm a jerk off. I have no results. I just say shit because it feels good, and it's bullshit, and I can't establish it, and it makes no sense. Pimp Unslaved is dumb. He's fat. He smokes weed. He never went to law school. He never got a degree. He can't be as smart as us.
I don't want to throw Michael Me under the bus. He's not a bad human being, but didn't really prepare properly for even their evidence, on their video, where it shows that I stepped back, because I had seen that, and in my mind, he was going to go over, look, he's there, and now he's there. I watched the video 100 times. I thought I had the evidence. I went over the videos, and I thought for sure he would show he was here, and now he's here.
Yeah.
But he didn't do it. And
all right, stop bitching and get down to it. How much do you want? Let's get right to it. How much is this going to take to get you? Hold on, I got to thank some people. Before we just, blah, 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 okay? You're a victim. You're oppressed. You're repressed. You fucked up. Sad you. Poor you. We should help you because you're a victim. I got some contributions of my own. I got to thank Rodney. He says, where I find value, great broadcast as always. Thank you, Mr. Rodney. And we have Jonathan Lewis says, I don't know yet. So that's good. It's always good when folks give value and they don't know why. Okay. I'm much like these people. I don't care why you're giving value. I just want it. Give me more. Doesn't matter why. I need it. You don't. And I'm a victim. Okay. Is that working? I'm oppressed. I'm repressed. I'm depressed. I went to jail like dozens of times for standing on rights. Never hired an attorney. Spoke at court. Was let out a few times. Bunch of times, actually. Warrants and all the rest, because I won't present myself at court again and put myself in their jurisdiction, and they can't arraign me in. They can't turn my rights over. So I just keep walking out. It's the weirdest thing. So yeah, Don't know how that's going to play out, but I appreciate all of you supporting me, a victim, of course, who needs more from you to do what I do. Not because it's true and it's right, because it's my business. Right. Thank you. Okay, let's continue.
I would have gone over that point by point because I already broken it down at home. And I'm human.
So what from this point, what can my audience and your audience and other audiences do to help you out? What do you need primarily?
I'm oiled up.
So sorry. I hate to say that.
Wait, you're oiled up, Timmy?
Our business is really predicated on me
Here's
going
the
live
here's the
2
job.
hours a day.
Yeah, bend over, crack it open. Crack open your prison purse.
That's what my business is predicated on. And my business went from a successful business to a business.
Blah, 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 my successful business. How successful was it if you can't sit in jail for more than 1 day without being broke again? Another Jeff Pizer, huh? I've got millions. My successful business. Yeah, so successful, you can't sit in jail for 1 day without crying about going broke. Another fucking Warren Buffett. You know? Another Jeff Bezos. You know, another Jeffrey Pizer, right? All these successful, inauthentic corporate beta males have millions of dollars that go through their hands. They squander all of it, then go, I was a success. Give me more. No, you failed, right? If you couldn't get millions of dollars and turn it into millions more, that makes you a failure, not an entrepreneur. Hello? Right. Especially if it didn't take you more than 1 day to declare it. Why do you guys keep remixing and overwriting history and just saying shit? Like lying to yourselves, Brian, everyone else watching. It's fucking embarrassing. A successful businessman can sit in jail for more than 1 day, oddly enough, and actually turn that into more value without having to lie and grift. So if you really were a successful businessman at what you do, you'd be able to do the whole 180, come out and be better than you were going in many ways, or you would have no effect, right? Not even 1 day. And I'm a successful businessman and now I'm down and out. Give me a fucking break. You guys are living way beyond your means. You squander everything you're given. You don't know how to invest and reinvest, and you don't know how to turn nothing into something. And even when you turn little to nothing into something by slipping in shit and coming up with gold, you squander it every time. But they're all successful businessmen.
A year ago, I put together a GoFundMe.
You know who could sit in jail right now and do a 180 and not have to ask anyone for anything because he's a successful busyness man? I don't do business. I keep busy. I don't do business. I keep busy, so I have busyness. I'm such a successful busyness man. My busyness has been so profitable and valuable. Hold on, I'm like talking like one of Timmy's uncles. My busyness has been so profitable and valuable. I could do a 180 right now standing on my head. Would I like it, having to go to jail for 180? No. Would I have to lie and cheat and grift online in order to pay my rent? No. Because I'm debt free. Because I'm a successful businessman. Because I have everything I need and then some. Because I reappropriate value to turn value into more value instead of squandering it on tricking and simping around town with boat shoes and dinners and cool, cute little glasses and outfits. And 10,000 square foot rental properties. That's why. Hello? Anyone out there? Anyone? I'm a successful businessman.
Please release GoFundMe. My appeals attorney is a really top-notch appellate attorney here in Las Vegas. He is one of the top attorneys in all of Nevada. So, I mean, it's expensive. It's $25,000. So,
oh, top attorney. Oh, you guys don't understand. You guys don't understand. My business is a failure because I had to hire a top attorney to speak for me to get me 180 days in jail. I need another 20K to hire him again because I'm a fucking clever genius. I just need another 20K to hire my top attorney. Did you hear they say it too? Well, top attorney. You could just feel the neck cocking through the phone. Even while he's crying and whispering and cowering on the phone in front of Jamal. He's neck cocking with that passive aggressive, falsely empowered codependent dynamic. Corporate males. He's a top attorney. He was so great. I only got 180 days. I gotta give him another 20K to buy a BMW, some more Starbucks, some more boat shoes to impress the women on the town. He's a top attorney. You realize how fucking pathetic and embarrassing you sound? That's why Jamal's gonna clap your cheeks if he's listening to this call, right? I'm almost ready to fuck you now. I'm not even attracted to you or into any of that. I'm just saying, you sound like such a dumb bitch that I'm ready to fucking mount you over this phone. I just can't even tell that you're a man, that you make any fucking sense, that you're able to use logic, put your fucking feelings and bullshit aside. Sound like every fucking broken hoe that don't know how to live life and needs a daddy to put him onto the fucking game. Get him right.
How long do you think you'll be in? Do you think you'll
I
be
don't
in there for the
belong
full
here. There's
180?
black people here and people like Paul Enslaved. I totally don't belong here. I'm a fucking successful man and a scholar. I don't belong where black people are and people like Paul Enslaved. Get me out of here. Soon, quick. Appeal. I need appeal. We're going to file more paperwork to get us out of what our big fat mouth and no balls got us into. We need more paper. Oh, violating. He violated me. They raped me with a Fourth Amendment. I'm a scholar.
Well, how about your commissary? Do you need
Donate,
anything in your
please.
commissary right
Your
now? Or are you taking care
commissary?
of on that?
Okay, we're gonna send over 20K. It's like your privileged cousin with his trust fund baby, right? Gets arrested with some heroin, and then they're at jail. Please send commissary. All right, Junior, we'll send over. You're a Davenport. We'll send over 20,000 right now for commissary and honey buns. You can give 5,000 of that to Jamal so he protects you and doesn't fuck you. That's a joke, but also kind of serious. Extra 5,000 for Jamal. Make sure that he's well fed. If you keep him in honey buns constantly, he probably won't fuck you. All right, son. We'll talk to you later. You're the man of the family. You're the man of the house. You're Davenport. Let's get him out of there. June, we got to get him out of there. He's in there with black people and people like Paul Enslaved. Okay, and he needs commissary. He needs lotion for his skin in the shower. He needs body wash for the shower. Commissary. He needs to smell good in there for the other men. I'm your best friend, DeCastro. Remember me? I'm your best friend. I'm getting you right, boy. Charlie the dog is safe. I didn't think I had friends. Oh my god. I didn't think that I really had friends. And after this 20K, I know I really have friends. And also, Charlie the dog, the poodle, my poodle, he's well fed now. Thank you. It's an honor just being nominated for head truther.
Okay.
He's got everything. He's got another dog to play with.
Okay.
You just fake cry and then spin right out of it into the dog.
Charlie was 3 hours of my arrest. Had him. He was at my place, and
Did you just like the narcissism is so fucking oozing from this kid? He just fake cried and then like juked right out of it into the dog talk. Oh, the poodle's taken care of, Brian. You guys don't have to worry. I know all my friends out there that I just fake cried about for 0.5 seconds. I know that they're all listening. The banker friends. I know they're all listening, and Charlie's taken care of. Okay, for everyone who's worrying out there, I'm going to just appeal to false authority, false emotion. I'm just going to really victim, and I'm really going to put this across. I'm your best friend, DeCastro. You're going to come out and be pissed. You're not going to believe it that I did this. I know. They probably already got to you and told you. Paulie Boy went off over there. He's fucking threw everyone under the bus. But I'm your best friend, right? Because I'm going to hold you accountable. I'm going to tell you to cut the bullshit. I'm going to encourage you to live like I'm living, like a good friend would, if it's honorable and presentable and funny, right? Folks think it's funny what we're all involved in, right? A bunch of sits, bunch of scholars, bunch of, we're all characters on the world. It's funny. It's fun. We're on YouTube. Brighten up, folks. Charlie's taken care of. That's all you need to know.
they went over and grabbed him right away and got his pillow and got his chew toy.
Got his pillow and chew toy.
He's doing
That's what I say when I get locked up. I call Brian from My Impact and I say, Brian O'Shea's taken care of. He has a bowl of urine that we put out for him in his car. He's got his chew toy. He's got his blankie. Don't worry about my little Brian O'Shea. He's taken care of. Now, what all my good friends out there can do is just send more money, please. Please send more money. I need commissary, and I need to keep Jamal off my back. Brian O'Shea's taken care of. He's got a bowl of water and urine. He's well fed. He's got his chew toy.
I
Okay.
think I'm gonna get out of here on appeal, but I just need to raise money to get out. You know, no matter
Has
what, I'm
anyone
gonna
ever seen this guy with a woman?
If it hangs up, it hangs up. I'll call you back. I'm not locked down for another 2 hours. I can call you back, Brian. I gotta call 2 people, and I'll call you back.
Okay. All right. Bye. There's another way we can help too. If you can't afford to give through the GoFundMe, we can always go over to Chili's channel and
Wait a
binge
second. I
watch
was
some of his
fucking running my
videos.
mouth so much I missed it.
I've spoken for myself. I would have gone over that point by point because I already broken it down at home. And I'm human.
So what from this point, what can my audience and your audience and other audiences do to help you out? What do you need primarily?
I need money. I'm so sorry. I hate to say that. My business, my
Go ahead.
trifold and card business is
Yeah, I missed it, bro. I was too busy fucking running my fat mouth. I missed the best part. What can we do for you? What can all the friends do? I hate to say this. I need money.
I need money. Money.
You know? I need money. That's what solves all the problems for beta males in the world. God of this world is money. Money's our biggest problem. Money's our biggest solution. Timmy, what are your thoughts, Timmy?
Well, I have amazing news for you that I think you're gonna love.
Are we clear on audio back there? Because I want a little bit of background sound ambiance.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Okay.
Do you see this? Look at the screen I'm sharing. Can you believe this?
What now?
You see my screen? Look at the screen that I'm sharing.
I had some background music playing there.
Look at the screen that I'm sharing, dude. This is a gift for you.
Okay, what do I do with that?
Just look at it. Look at what it is.
All right, hold on. I had a whole thing going on here. Okay. Wait a second. New update from Chili in jail. We don't stop. Hosted by Here's the Deal. Message from jail with Chili at jail.
In 20 minutes.
Does he have the cute little glasses on at jail too? And the coiffed hair?
I don't know.
Is he like taking all his supplements to keep his body in shape so that he can keep Lamar off his back?
I just thought it was funny.
Oh, yeah. Listen, man, the best things in life are free and you can give them to the birds and bees. I want money. You know? Fucking be real about it, man. We're all here for it. Yeah. Coming at ya. 1866 Truth. Ready, Timmy? You gonna sing along with me?
Yeah.
Oh, man, we're taking them back. And this is a fundraiser I'm doing for Mr. DeCastro. The best things in life are free. Come on, Tammy. You can give them to the birds and bees. He needs money. Yeah, we need money. This truth community needs some fucking money, man. Keep it coming. Yeah, there you
That's
go.
what I want. You love gonna
All right.
give me such a
Oh, you're into it? All right, get back into it. Jump right back in.
you love
Love don't pay the bills, right?
That's what I want.
That's what he wants.
That's what I want.
He needs
I
some
want
more.
That's what I want. More shackles. Lots of shackles.
All right, yeah. In order to do activism and do what's true and what's right, we need a steady supply of money. So it's important for folks to remember that. Okay, on this broadcast and other broadcasts. Thoughts before we... I think we're going to shut it down. I think we're good to go. We could do the Grim Hustle. We'll do the Grim Hustle. It's here. It's new. It's fresh. It's hot. Why you need to read Dostoevsky in 2024. Interesting.
Go wrong in one's
Hold
own
on, guy.
To go wrong in one's own way is better than to go right in someone else's. This line is from Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. Dostoevsky, give me hope and wisdom and power in the very dark, grim days. I recommend the novel Crime and Punishment. It is about Rodion Raskolnikov, a law student who lives in extreme poverty in a small rented room in St. Petersburg. He is very smart and isolated and antisocial, and he comes to the conclusion that will be good and fair if he kills a greedy pawnbroker, an old, disgusting woman. He kills with an axe. Killing is easy, but living with kill is not so easy. The murder changed his mind and his soul. Before the kill and after the kill, they were two very different Raskolnikovs. The rest you have to read, Druk. Why is Dostoevsky so brilliant? It is visionary. 100 years ago, he already speaks of the modern doomer, a young people who believe there is no God, no soul, no value. Well, he learned the lesson the hard way. It is prophetic. Raskolnikov is the prophecy of the communists who came to power about 50 years after the novel was written. Again, there were people who not believe in souls, in God, or in values. It is psychological. If you take the psychology of modern narratives like Marvel and compare it with Dostoevsky, it is like comparing a Michelin star menu at Le Grand Restaurant Paris to a floppy Big Mac. And finally, it is strong on all sides. Most writers make their bad characters just stupid and evil. Dostoevsky makes his bad characters very smart and compelling, just like a good. Good storytelling is like a battle of two forces. If both are strong, the battle will be more interesting. Now go and read the book for once. Be honorable.
All right, so we have another synchronistic dynamic, right? These folks want to hide their shadow self in the public and present this altruistic image to do battle with, a fake battle in public, and not actually engage in the true war within self and conquer oneself, and then generate true value from without. Because that is the story of human beingness, you could argue, right? So I see that as another synchronicity, right? The man, poor law student, living in the hovel, very smart, on and on he goes into. Same dynamics we're dealing with here. Different aspects of self. We have to look at that. We have to be real about it. We have to reconcile it and become a holistic beingness, right? United in mind, heart, purpose and meaning, values, and ability to check our false self to get to truer sense of self and truer results. Thoughts in general before we wrap up? Give me the final word. Unless you have any other narratives, I won't hold you back. I won't rush you. If you guys got something you want to address, yeah.
No, I thought it was a very refreshing seeing Mrs. Wright on the panel today. Today it's Mrs. Wright, tomorrow it's Mr. Brown, or Mr.
Today it's
West.
Mrs. Right, tomorrow it's Mrs. Wrong.
Yeah, but yeah, no. Very interesting indeed, the whole racial thing. And I grew up in a time where that really wasn't emphasized. I grew up going to school where everyone was a different color. We all, honored the fact that we were special and unique. Now it's kind of been this is new to me, this whole racism thing. It's like we're back in the 60s again.
Yeah, you got a bunch of false selves peddling false ideologies, beliefs, and concepts, and subject to false emotions from the false self that has led to a shadow of self in a world that we used to live, right? A system of values, as the man just spoke about. So, again, keep cheating on the tests, keep lying to yourself and everyone else as far as it'll get you because you're getting paid. See where it all goes long term. A society is only as good as the individuals that make up that culture and society. If they're bereft of objective logic, morals, and ethics, and they want to romanticize their nonsense instead of practice stoicism, you're probably going to see the downfall of a society and a culture. I think it's already happening. It's pretty clear.
Yeah, like where in someone's right mind can they access the right to say, hey, I'm entitled to some reparations for something that happened over 200 years ago. Like and by the way, you got your reparations. It was a 14th Amendment citizenship. You got it.
Right. Again, the word reparations, I believe, is rooted in repair. So the greatest reparation is when you repair yourself from the inside out and you rebuild yourself and your life. That starts from within and extends to without. Reparations doesn't come from without if you haven't done work from within. That is another false self concept. You're looking for the truth and the remedy and the value outside of self. You're always going to keep chasing something that eludes you. This is as old as the hills. This understanding, this perspective, this realization, this actualization, these results.
I don't know. Could it be that we're just identifying, the individual groups of useful idiots that are helping this whole thing just implode? I mean, I feel like that's what I'm
You
dealing
could
with. On a
argue we all at times become useful idiots if we get caught in the false self. Nobody's impervious to that.
Oh,
It's not
absolutely
creating
not.
us versus them dynamic, right? We all have a devil in us. We all have a false self in us. We all have a shadow self. It's only by practicing observing self and being real with self and potentially others in certain venues that we can stay in alignment and stay on course. So this
Yeah.
is more of a practice to me rather than it is a procurement. This is not about achieving a state of enlightenment. This is a practice of enlightenment. How do you lighten your load? By not being burdened by the duality of being different selves and carrying baggage, right? Not reconciling shadow self or false self, not holding yourself accountable, not being responsible, not having a true set of values and principles that guide your experience. Again, all criticism that I give here is self-criticism. The only way I could know what they're doing or not and be on the ball ever is if I look inside of me and see the same behavior at times, if not now, in the past. So it's pure authenticity, it's pure reconciliation, it's pure resolution, right? It's resolution. You go from individual self to resolution back into oneself and one truth. That is alchemy. So we have to look at the words and understand what it really means. The only way to resolution or resolution of collectivism and worldly ways is to be go from dissolution to resolution, right? Go back into solution, into oneself, one beingness, the archetypal. So that's all that my understanding of alchemy is taking this lead and transmuting it into gold. You can't do that if you want to enable the lead to be lead and paint it gold and call it such. It doesn't work that way. You don't take the lead and paint it gold and try to sell it as gold bars. That's metaphorically what these folks are doing. You look at yourself, you see where you're strong and where you're weak, and you transmute the lead into gold. It has to be authentic. You can't fake it till you make it. Motherfuckers who have discernment, who've been through this process, could see right the fuck through it. It doesn't translate. Same way if you brought a lead bar you painted gold to somebody who's been in that game, they'd laugh you out of the room. It's only for the dupes and the naive and the gullible who are going to buy that shit or even give it a second look. That's what respect means, to give it a second look. I've seen enough. I know that's a fraud. I know that's a charlatan, right? I know their claims are spurious. I know they're only in it to make profits.
Yeah, they prey on the people that have a poor fund of knowledge of the true self. They don't know who and what they really are. They identify with this lump of mass of ignorance they call a body, and so they say, I'm Mr. Such and Such, I'm black, I'm white, I'm Hispanic, I'm from this place, I'm from that place. It's really
But Emmanuel, think about it, right? They're willing dupes to their own product and their own beingness. If you carry lead bars around painted gold for long enough and you trade them for long enough, you start believing the lead you're carrying painted gold is real gold.
100%.
Because so many other motherfuckers took it already and gave you value back for it. You start believing the shit that you fucking set yourself up with is the real thing. This is how motherfuckers get caught up in every venue, sniffing their own product. You got to be really objective, bro. You got to be able to check your ego and step back and call it as it is. When you don't have all the answers, don't claim to have it. Because when you don't have the solutions and the results, you just undid yourself. I don't claim none of that. I don't claim to have all the answers. If anything, I say I'm a genius in myself at best. And I can't even make that claim completely. Because there's many times I fall short of the Most High, so to speak. Right? It's a practice. It's not a procurement. And I definitely don't go around painting lead bars gold and trying to sell them to other people for value, so much so I start believing that I'm holding on to value when really this shit's just holding me down and holding me back. There's no real value there. If anything, the lead is toxified. The gold paint doesn't matter. It's killing me slowly. All right, give me the final word. I'm going to wrap up, man.
I can't disagree with none of that. But yeah, thanks for having me on again. You know,
thank you for being here.
Appreciate you. But yeah, I'll stay tuned in. You know, my element is the chat. It's so it seems so. But yeah, I like coming up here and breaking the ice with y'all every now and then and chatting it up. But we'll talk.
Absolutely.
Easy.
Appreciate you, Emmanuel.
All right, brother. I guess I'll just hey, brother. You know that song? That'd be a nice Avicii Talcott remix. Hey, brother.
Yeah, you got to bring more, man. You got to. I know you got a lot going on, so I don't pressure you or anyone else, but I know you got more in your mind and heart to reveal to the audience. So if you're into that, I encourage it. You know, remixes, Talcott remixes, videos, whatever the fuck you got, man.
Yeah, it's fun, man. I like playing the characters. Yeah, on my sign off, I'll do. You know, I'm gonna do an experiment. I'm gonna start doing like it does. I don't know if it has the same effect, but I'm gonna start doing like the same kind of energy and rap that Snafu has, but like in a different way. And it's like the thing is my thing is like my continued rap is if folks are only gonna expose darkness and respect darkness and keep focusing on darkness, then that's what they're gonna get, right? They're really just looking at their daddy. They're looking at their
Have
daddy.
you ever just sat on a bench, watched the world move by?
Yeah.
You know, I gotta check all the time if my audio's coming through on your end because they fuck me up. Are you getting that? Are you hearing that magic? That magical voice? Yeah, that's Snafu Snaps. This guy's got a golden voice box.
Golden warthog.
Like a fucking hummingbird. Listen to him.
Don't kill your golden warthog.
Rap famous too.
Looking at the world fly by, and the sky is so high. As the clouds rise free and moving, the sun is shining on me. Just turn your life around and it's dependent on you. Yeah. I'm sitting on a bench, all alone, looking at the sky. Life's moving by and by and by. What? All I know is life can be a misery indeed. But I'm sitting, I'm staring, I'm doing what I gotta do. Sitting on a bench, wishing I was sitting with you.
He's got a song in his heart. He's a very loving man.
He's somewhere inside.
Yeah, Snafu gets a bad rap, man. He's really a loving man. He's got a song in his heart. He just wants to serve the people. In his own befuddled way. He just wants to serve.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Timmy.
All right, peace.
All right, folks. I'm going to end the broadcast, and I'm just going to keep sitting on a bench, watching the world go by, doing what I got to do. Whatever that means. Snafu revealing himself in the song that he sits on a bench all day watching the world go by and considers that doing what he has to do. Some may disagree. Mr. Talcott might disagree. He sits in front of a fireplace all day and does the same thing. Okay, that's mean. This is what happens. This is what happens after the third hour. Paulie Boy starts getting rambunctious and rowdy. It's never good luck. He's very passive aggressive. Okay. I'm out of here, folks. Mazel from out west. We'll be back tomorrow. YouTube.com/@Pimp Unslaved. If you're on one of the other recasts, we look forward to having Miss Jaguar right back. Okay? She's very talkative, but how can I be mad at her? I mean, I'm the same way. I get the same rap. Everything I'm going to say about her, they've said about me. So I guess we're stuck with each other. That's what I'm gathering. Same thing for Brian O'Shea on the recast. Appreciate you, sir. Always a joy to have around. Always a source of entertainment one way or the other, I would say. And Mr. Ka Conscious, another good addition to the panel. I'd like to have all of those gentlemen and ladies here more often, and many more. All right, we'll mix it up. We'll get down to some real shit, some triggering shit. We'll pimp and mac a little bit. We'll put on at times. We'll have some fun. It's all good, right? Even when it's not. So I'm out of here. I really got nothing else that I could say. Back tomorrow, 12 to 3, MDT, as always. God of all media out. Peace and love, brothers and sisters.
Me, I always tell it, even when I lie. So say good night to the bad guy. Go on. The last time you're gonna see a bad guy like this again.
The great reset's happening. So when you get all your pretty and nice shit taken away and your bullshit job that leads to nowhere, and you're forced back on the land and have to be self-sustainable and co-creative and work with what is, this talk about your feelings and your ego is going to go right out the window, because the God and the elements and nature are going to present what needs to happen next 9 out of 10 times. That's the difference between me and you. I got it in me, not on me, just like you do. I'm trying to work it out, bring the subconscious to the conscious and figure out who and what I am. Am I good or evil? Am I real and true? Am I a narcissistic, egotistical deceiver? That's the difference. I'm actually authentically trying to work it out while you lie to everyone and project your negative aspects of self onto me, and I don't appreciate it. And the universe don't appreciate it either. And the students of life in this audience don't appreciate it either. This isn't about love and money. This isn't about chasing bags or anything else in and of the world. This is about the Philo-Sophie, right? The love of knowledge, the love of wisdom, the love of understanding of self and applying it to actualize and realize and get better results for yourself and everyone else. I thought that's what we were doing here. So let's get the game back in its proper perspective. The motherfucker doing this shit shouldn't have to talk about it because you folks want to lie on it. It's embarrassing to me. I didn't come on here with the intention or the understanding that this is supposed to be for business or a hobby. That's why I show up the way I do 500 days straight. That's why I have a care in my heart with passion. That's why I do what's true and what's right and see through you motherfuckers and get amazing results for me. We can't allow the generalized experience of life and everything it has to offer, good, bad, and indifferent, to hold us back or keep us paralyzed or keep us fearful or self-doubting or unloving and uncaring of ourselves. How do I know? Because I look into me. That's all this is. I can see further than the rest. I can interpret beyond what's told and shown, and I can amalgamate and communicate the cause and effect and the root of the state of consciousness and awareness. That is a astounding testimony to the work that I've done on myself in this world and in this life, and the practices I've walked with other people. The question and answer, the fellowship, the co-creational endeavors, and the conversation that leads to understanding. But again, we can't appeal to false emotions and false authority. That is the cornerstone of cognitive dissonance. You can't say that I'm respectable, righteous, honorable, presentable, and then I have balls and then turn around and hate me or catch feelings over me being that and living that when you don't like it or when it doesn't turn out as favorably for you as you would have hoped or expected, right? That's the theme of a true common bond that goes long term versus the shallow, materialistic, worldly connections that come and go. It is what it is. Some people are down forever. Some people are down for the ride until they got to get off, right? And some people ain't down at all. So through the life experiences, firsthand experiences, through the tests and challenges, you learn more and more who and what is meant for you and who or what is probably not going to be able to sustain the ride. And that's okay.
God of all media.